thank you for coming, and here's Nina Colossi from the Streaming Museum.
Well, a warm welcome to you all today, and thank you to the artists and arts professionals who've come to New York City to participate in Streaming Museum's Nordic Outbreak. Streaming Museum produces exhibitions of arts and ideas and presents them worldwide in public spaces, on big screens, on its website, and partnering cultural centers. Since January 2008, we've exhibited on 7 continents and in 55 cities around the world. Nordic Outbreak is an exhibition of 30 contemporary Nordic artists, moving image artworks, accompanied by a series of public programs. Following the launch of Nordic Outbreak throughout New York City and the continuing exhibition here at Scandinavia House through March 25th, Nordic Outbreak will travel to all the Nordic countries, and selections will go through Streaming Museum's network of big screens around the world. So this collection of art has touched public spaces throughout New York City, including 3 iconic landmarks: Times Square, which is the icon of international commerce; Dag Hammarskjöld Plaza, the symbol of international cooperation and peace and security; the Manhattan Bridge Archway in Dumbo, which is a historic landmark that was built in 1909. It was, in its day, a model of cutting-edge technology, and it was designed and constructed by immigrants who have and continue to shape New York City and its future. Touching these landmarks is a symbolic gesture that highlights the fact that creativity and visionary ideas that are in the best interest of society can enlighten commerce, technology, and the leaders of all nations together. There are 7 billion people on the planet and 7,000 languages spoken. Most people on the planet have or will soon be connected by internet and mobile devices. This is giving power to the individual to reach out to the world, and a platform and opportunity for the flow of art to reach a wide global demographic. Mobile devices, along with urban screens where millions of people pass by each day, are platforms for presenting image and sound that, acting as contemporary hieroglyphs, are the best way to communicate across language and cultural barriers. Thank you to our sponsors and partners: Nordic Culture Fund, Nordic Culture Point, Office for Contemporary Art Norway, Icelandic Art Center, Danish Arts Council, Scandinavia House, Ariana Tiziani and Kyle Reinhardt, and the World Council of Peoples for the United Nations, the consulates of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and Iceland. And now I'd like to introduce Tanya Toft, co-producer and co-curator of Nordic Outbreak. Okay.
All right. Thank you all for coming today to the Nordic Outbreak Symposium here at Scandinavia House. I would like to provide a short introduction to what Nordic Outbreak is from a more from a point of departure of how the ideas that kind of fed into the development of this whole project, exhibition project. So Nordic Outbreak started out as a combined research and exhibition project, which Nina and I initiated, or we started working on it a little more than a year ago, without having a white cube space to fill out. Contemporary moving image from the Nordic region was our focal point, but we were also guided by questions relating to the role and impact of moving image in public space. And what you just saw in this video when you entered the room that was looping was a recap from the past week of events and exhibitions that have taken place here in New York for the launch of Nordic Outbreak. But they're really also excerpts from a series of explorations of the meeting between moving image and the public urban context. They're all, in a way, research cases. Curatorially, we began this project with considering how moving image in the digital age are basically files, however with a certain materiality to them when they are unfolded or when they're screened. And consider, for example, how online video services such as those we know very well, such as YouTube and Vimeo video archives and artist websites, allow for video works to be freely shared between artist and public instantly and unfolding on your computer or mobile screen. They are realizing Nam June Park's ideas from the 1970s, where he had these visions about the electronic superhighway and ideas about a global community of viewers who could freely disseminate video content or files in a network that we now know as the internet. And these ideas, which infiltrate streaming museums, exhibition practice, guided the sketching of Nordic Outbreak. We wanted to translate these ideas to public space and to make an exhibition that disseminates moving image across places and which would allow for exploring how digital artworks work in public space, for which there still are many, many questions to be asked, although this has taken place since the 60s. And also how they instigate certain situations and dialogue in the meeting with various urban environments. And as the title of this project indicates, we took outbreak, the idea of the outbreak, as an aesthetic modality. And one can think about Marcel Duchamp's Boîte en Valise, which we know very well, or the Portable Museum, which contains these miniature versions of his works before 1935, which were easy to move around in different ways. It's like a miniature museum in a museum, but also an open nomadic exhibition structure, really, or perhaps one of the first conceptualizations of one. In a similar manner, Nordic Outbreak travels across urban spaces and geography and unfolds in various ways in an open nomadic exhibition model, which is what will happen when Nordic Outbreak starts its tour across the Nordics in the fall. Then Nordic Outbreak challenges the idea of the Nordic. How can we consider the idea of the Nordic in our current digital landscape, in which images, languages, and cultures are constantly being exchanged in an endless open network? And which we'll probably get wiser on during the course of the day. How is any sense of Nordicness conveyed or avoided in contemporary moving image, if at all? When the curator Hans-Ulrich Obrist described the rise of international interest in the Nordic art scene in 1998 at the Nuit Blanche exhibition in Paris, he used the two words Nordic and miracle in the same speech, and they were then picked up by the press as this idea of the Nordic miracle, which quickly translated into a form of a regional label, and perhaps started the whole debate and discussion and also the reason for why we're here today. The idea of the so-called Nordic miracle opened up new alleys, on one hand, for Nordic artists in the international art scene, but at the same time, the rise of this concept was criticized for becoming a marketing label that promoted the artists from this region for being Nordic rather than for their individual artistic practices, for being recognized for that. So the Nordic miracle, you can say, translated an image, and internationally, maybe also instigated certain aesthetic expectations to artworks coming from this region as well. That's something we can discuss today. Today, 15 years after this Nordic miracle idea was articulated, we are finding ourselves in a situation where we have had the digital revolution. And the question is, how can you think about the Nordic concept today? How do you work with or against it, both as an artist, as a curator, as a theorist, and as an audience taking in? And the main question might be, why is it even relevant to discuss? So when taking a closer look at Nordic Outbreak, the collection of artworks that's in it, and when we consider the art histories that have influenced the art scenes across the Nordic, we find traces from the 1950s and 60s situationism and the rejection of capitalism and the visions of the world through spectacle. Also from the 1960s and 70s Fluxus movement with multidisciplinary approaches and the bridging of gaps between artist and public. And of course influences from pop art as well, with the unification of mass culture and politics and the fusion of this with artistic practices. And some of the newer influences that we find in contemporary moving image and very much in the collection of artworks that we see in Nordic Outbreak are influences of internationalization, globalization, post-media, aesthetics of communication structures, and also network culture, and many other things. We have to consider how contemporary artistic production and exhibition projects like this one are not just symptoms of art history, as we used to know it, but also of visual culture and the changing relationship between the visual and the technological. A project like Nordic Outbreak grows out of various underlying histories beyond art history, such as the history of film, the history of technology, computer art history, new media history, architecture history and philosophy, and also histories of urban planning. The interdisciplinarity is, of course, obvious here, which really relates to challenging the discourses we're working within and keeping on refining them so that we can ask the right questions. For example, we have to consider what we learned from the white cube we want to bring on and what we are making up with when we make these public space exhibitions. So today, here at Scandinavia House, we have a long program presenting some of the leading thinkers, artists, and curators from the Nordic art scene. I would, in fact, like to borrow a concept here that Jonathan Habib-Ingqvist brought up on Thursday, where we went to his lecture at New York University. This was part of the launch program of Nordic Outbreak, where he didn't refer to the Nordic as a region, but rather he suggested that we can consider it as a mental, cultural, and discursive sphere, which I think, in fact, makes more sense. And the conceptualization of this territory might, in fact, be underlying a central discussion in Nordic Outbreak, which is the negotiation between the local and the global. How digital artworks, moving image, can simultaneously translate meaning across cultures and across a geographical context, while having site-specific meaning in the particular urban local context. On that note, we are really excited to present today's keynote speaker, Professor of Media History and Theory at UCLA, Department of Design Media Arts, Erkki Huhtamo. And Professor Huhtamo is a pioneering researcher and writer on media archaeology and the media arts, and he just published a large monograph from the MIT Press called Illusions in Motions. And Erkki, thank you so much for coming here today. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Tanya, and thank you for pronouncing my name so beautifully. I'm very familiar with very many different kinds of variations traveling around the world. So yes, thank you very much also for Tanya and Nina for inviting me. I have been following the activities of the Streaming Museum pretty much from the beginning, and I have to say it's very much along the line of thinking that influences me and my thinking from day to day. So I am speaking here definitely as a Nordic person who grew up in Finland, and in earlier my career was actually quite closely linked with the Nordic media arts. I was part of the team that curated what we considered to be the first Nordic video video installation exhibition back in around the turn of the 80s and 90s with Monika Nichols from the Moderna Museet and so on. I was also curating the Moo Media Festival for Helsinki for quite a few years, and in 2000, after working for nearly 3 years, I curated probably the largest all-digital exhibition for the new Museum of Contemporary Art Kiasma in Helsinki. It was called Outo Äly, or Alien Intelligence. But that was also sort of like kind of my farewell to Finland and the Nordic world at that point, because I accepted the teaching position at the University of California, Los Angeles, moving there in 1999 already. So for about 14 years, my link with the Nordic countries has been sort of like not that close. I mean, visiting from time to time, giving some speeches, but not being really part of that environment. And that is definitely the basis of my talk today as well. I do think that the sort of like the context and context within which we work from day to day, within which we share ideas with others, it affects your thinking. It affects your view of the world very much. So this story today is very much a certain kind of a personal one. It's a human interest story underneath these examples that I'll be talking about. It is probably a story about how a Nordic person has to adapt to a completely different kind of a cultural environment than the one in which he grew up. I should probably just add very briefly that for a number of years I worked as professor of media studies at the University of Lapland in Rovaniemi on the Arctic Circle. So in a certain way, moving from the Arctic Circle to the Southern California was about as radically different as anything could possibly be. And since that time, my life and my work has not really happened that much, let's say, between even the United States and Europe. It's happened much more closely between the west coast of the United States and Far Asia. I've visited Asian countries many times in many different roles, especially Japan, but other countries as well. So that is also a part of the background for this talk today. So even though I'm not going to talk explicitly about so many Nordic examples in this speech, I hope that this can be some kind of a challenge also for these discussions that will take place today. So see, how is the Nordic art scene, Nordic scene of creation with digital art, reacting to the changes happening in the world on a global scale, or rather global scale, which is obviously a way of combining global and local. To begin with, I will, to the extent that this thing is working, let's see. Okay. I think it should. This is the demo effect. Yes, it does. I'm actually going to take you across the ocean and to the city of Tokyo, and at this point, if you want, so please close your eyes. Yakimo, Yakimo, Oishii Yakimo, 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 Oishii Yakimo, ikaga desu ka? This is a sight I see often visiting Tokyo. spending time on this particular street where I live in central Tokyo. And what you just heard was so-called one of the cries of Tokyo, which is one of the oldest forms of media culture. These were the cries that sellers, showmen, people warning you about fires used to shout when they walked the cities all around the world, not just in Asia, but in cities like Stockholm and Turku, Helsinki. And I find it fascinating how this culture, which in this case is represented by this guy selling sweet potatoes with his little truck, with open fire at the back, is something that is merging these days with these new cultural forms that we are living with. So this is a sound I hear when I'm in Tokyo every day. So I went out to the street to record this particular shout that's so familiar for me that I memorized and tried to learn how to sort of like join in the chorus. And we see this when we just take the train, local train, go a little bit further south to the part of the city called Akihabara, which is, as probably some of you may know, the so-called electric town, or the town for collectors of video games, collectors of pictures of celebrities, the ultimate paradise of the otaku, the obsessive collector of media-related items. And in that place we encounter something similar. In this particular case, this is a truck circling the streets of Akihabara, advertising one of the most genial forms of Japanese culture these days, which is called AKB48, by sound and by vision. And again, I found it extremely fascinating how here the oldest forms of media, which were very much forms of local media, the world of city cries, actually meets the latest forms of viral media. Now you may not know about AKB48, but let me just mention you briefly that this is artificially created pop group consisting of 48 beautiful young girls dancing and singing. And it is an absolutely genial commercial form of media culture in the sense that around this idea about combinations of 48 beautiful girls, you can create various forms of media that are constantly being circulated, changed, commercially utilized, creating circles leading through fan cultures, through different media forms, online, in the internet, on television, and in the streets of Tokyo and other cities. This here was just my prologue. My talk today will talk about here, there, and everywhere, or about elements of so-called global media culture. Some things that touch upon art, others that touch upon other creative forms that I would hesitate call art as such. And in the very end of the presentation, I'm going to return to this wonderful cartoon that was published a few days ago in the Los Angeles Times, right here, which probably touches upon some very burning and problematic issues we are facing in the world right now. Now, any talk that touches on the idea about global, I think, cannot avoid starting from this media archaeological or media historical reference point, which are these famous words from 1962, reproduced here in its original typographic form. The new electronic interdependence recreates the world in the image of the global village. These were the words that appeared in the book that was celebrated a year ago called the Gutenberg Galaxy by the Canadian media scholar Marshall McLuhan. We actually in between a big celebration of McLuhan because his most famous book, which is called Understanding Media, the new extensions of man, appeared in 1964. So next year is going to be the big 50th year anniversary for that book. I'm going to contribute an article to a big McLuhan collection on that particular event. Now McLuhan wasn't the first one. Already around 1900, the great Serbian American inventor Nikola Tesla came up with an idea that was very much about global village. His idea was to provide not only free energy for the whole world by means of a special kind of a power station he wanted to erect here on Long Island at New York, but also to use that system of pumping the earth, charging it electrically to provide free media communications for the globe. He especially paid attention to the fact that by having like little wireless devices in hand, we could even communicate with anyone else around the world from the high seas of the oceans. Along this way of thinking, we also find Buckminster Fuller, who was the great genius as a visionary futurist thinker in the United States and who very much influenced McLuhan's idea about the global village. So McLuhan's ideas were influenced by these kind of things like the dimension maps 3D. For Buckminster Fuller, there was nothing but global solutions to all problems that humankind was facing. There was also Teilhard de Chardin, whose ideas bridged the revolution of transportations with the revolution in media. And interestingly, this is a quote that McLuhan used in his legendary, I would say really legendary book, the Gutenberg Galaxy, in which this idea about the global village was introduced. He said, "Thanks to the prodigious biological event represented by the discovery of electromagnetic waves, each individual finds himself henceforth actively and passively, simultaneously present over land and sea in every corner of the earth." McLuhan, commenting on these ideas in Gutenberg Galaxy, wrote, "We are no more committed to one culture any more than to one book or to one language or to one technology. Certainly the electromagnetic discoveries have recreated the simultaneous field in all human affairs so that the human family now exists under conditions of a global village. We live in a single constricted space resonant with tribal drums, so that concern with the primitive today is as banal as 19th century concerns with progress and as irrelevant to our problems." Now these statements, especially in the second paragraph, are very problematic and could be really contested. For his idea that the primitive would have been wiped out from that electric revolution that led to the global village has been really contested by media anthropologists like Eric Michaels, and for good reason, because many of the so-called primitive societies do exist. They have different principles that don't match this global village that we live in. Also, we might ask whether progress has really become an obsolete idea within this constant presence of interconnectivity of global village. Perhaps I should just briefly remind you that McLuhan's way of thinking about media culture was based on a three-part model. where the orality represented the first model, a bit like the seller of those sweet potatoes still on the street of Tokyo, as a kind of remnant from that kind of earlier forms. In the middle, there was a literate textual culture started by the Gutenberg printing revolution. And finally, something he called the secondary orality, typified by television, where a certain kind of new form of oral culture seemed to be actually wiping aside the culture of writing, texts, communication through those mediums. Another issue that can be definitely contested and debated in our time. Parallel with McLuhan's idea about the global village, actually preceding it was the idea about the human family, which was manifested by this famous photographic exhibition here at the Museum of Modern Art called The Family of Man, 1955. So proposing the idea that in this case, by means of photography, in a certain way, we will be able to put together a certain kind of harmonious picture of the family of man as represented by media. Now, all these ideas can be contested strongly and should be. For we really should ask, is media culture really the ultimate achievement of cultural evolution? Has it truly led to the creation of a family of man? Isn't media culture rather, or could it be, a sign of regression, disintegration, and social entropy? And is the media culture, integrated media culture, truly a utopian global village where the past as well as any and all difference has ceased to exist or at least become irrelevant? I love this other picture that seems to be making a statement about this changing temporal scales in our time. So the media archaeologist says, no, neither the family of man nor the global village have been achieved. Both remain myths rather than realities. But myths must be broken and reality fought for. Some creative people are doing that persistently. They have not given up their dreams, and this is their story. So I am going to concentrate on a few projects now that I think raise these very problematic issues that 50 years ago, in the era of the global village, were seen as obviously much, much more simple. And this takes me now back to Tokyo. And back there, I've been there already twice this year. So this is from my trip in February in Aoyama, this fashion district actually. And looking at those eyes staring at you from the wall of the building. And what are these eyes looking at? They are looking at the facade of one of the art museums in Tokyo, which is the Museum of Watarium. And Watarium, which was showing an exhibition by J.R. called Good Art Changed the World. And I don't know if you're familiar with the work of J.R. J.R. is a French artist who started as a graffiti painter on the streets, and used that as a basis for his quite tremendous, amazing work that he's developed in the past. Much of it actually in the past 5, 6, 7 years. And probably one of his most famous examples, and a typical example of the kind of work he does, is this project that tried to raise this definitely non-global village or the non-family of man-related relationships ranging between the Israelis and the Palestinians. Can I have the spotlight down?
Israélien, un Palestinien, c'est un mec qui se fait sauter sur un marché, qui tue femme et enfants sans pitié. Pour un Palestinien, l'Israélien, c'est un soldat. Un soldat qui arrête objectivement nuit, un soldat qui tire sur des ambulances, des civils. En réalité, c'est bien. L'idée, elle est simple. C'est de coller des portraits face-to-face, face à face, dans des formats gigantesques à des endroits inévitables du côté israélien et palestinien. En fait, on voulait pas tricher. En volant les images avec un téléobjectif, on a été à la rencontre des gens, on leur a parlé, on les a écoutés. Et après ça, ils se sont inscrits dans le projet en posant pour nous, en exprimant leur message, avec un objectif de 28 mm et à 10 cm de la personne. Tu sens son souffle. Yallah.
How do you manage in French without the word yallah?
On a pris des gens qui faisaient le même métier que toi. On a pris des coiffeurs, des acteurs, des professeurs, des musiciens. Et on les a choisis pour leur gueule. Bon, en gros, on rentre chez un coiffeur palestinien, on lui dit bonjour, on est français, on n'est pas anti-israélien, anti-palestinien, on est pour une paix réaliste. Et on veut te prendre, te mettre devant un mur, te shooter au 28 mm, et après, ta photo, on va la coller partout, en Israël, en Palestine, dans ta vie, sur le mur, partout. Et le plus dingue, c'est que le mec, il accepte. The Torah teaches that Kol Ben Adam Nivra B'Tselem Elohim. Every human being is created in the image of God. So if everyone has different faces that they give, those are also the faces of God.
I see God's image in everyone. So if you see God's image in every person you look at, regardless what religion he is, when you love God and respect God, so you have to respect the person in front of you.
Let's find a way to talk about our one God and to live together in union.
So the project of JR have reached an amazing number of so-called local contexts, like here in Kabul, Afghanistan, here in Kenya, seen from the sky, installed in large scale on rooftops, and places like Brazilian slums, where this most amazing project took place. This is a little snippet from the trailer shown in 2010 about this project.
Nós sofremos muito. Nós sofremos muito. Mas se uma mãe ia ao lixão catar o resto dos seus filhos, dói a alma.
I believe when life will change, I will not remain the way I am. That's the strong belief that I have.
सारे कुछ भी हो तो करना है ही, हमको अब झुकना नहीं है, मतलब आगे झुकना नहीं है, हमने हिम्मत से चले वही हमको करना है आगे भी। जब हम ये देख रहे हैं कि हमारे छोटे बच्चों को बदलाव.
During the exhibition that I just saw at the Vatarium in Tokyo, JR and his team sent a truck to the regions devastated by the tsunami and those other related catastrophes further north from Tokyo to create portraits within the similar kind of system, and that were then shown as part of the exhibition in Tokyo online, and also affecting the environment still devastated after these years have passed, including this monument created on the side of this boat that still lies on ground. I think that JR's approach to this problem of the family of man, of family of human, is particularly interesting in the way that it first of all decides to leave the language, rely on the image, and situate this process within really the cross-section of the local and global, imagining that there is a certain kind of link that will put these things together, make them merge. By the way, so during the Tokyo exhibition, there was also a photo booth for any visitor to take one's photos, and then it rained down as a huge, gigantic poster you can basically put up any place, just like JR. I took mine with me as well. Those were also sent directly on the website as a kind of like a collective, continuous portrait of these human faces. Now, interestingly, some time ago, JR visited North Korea. And here we encounter the limits of this kind of an approach. For even though we can imagine JR making a statement behind these Korean soldiers, emulating the local iconography you can find in cities like Pyongyang, you can hardly imagine JR doing anything more than these kind of tricks, even though you have these faces of building that are in a way crying for the kind of treatment that he has given for many other locations around the world, possibly with pictures of Chinese, North Koreans, South Koreans, Japanese, or basically just anybody. So the world is not continuous global village in any way. At UCLA, I teach students from all around the world, so maybe about more than 60% come from Asia. But I have many people from the Middle East, I have Latino people, and actually probably a minority of so-called Caucasian, European-based sort of like people anymore. So I'm going to show you very briefly the next example, which comes, this is actually my student project from that just sort of like ended like two weeks ago. So from my course on cross-cultural communication, so we talked about ideas of media activism, and this student project here raises a particularly interesting ongoing project. So this actually took these pictures from my students' keynote. So this is a campaign started in Israel by two graphic designers in 2012 as a Facebook posting. Went viral very, very quickly within a few hours and reached soon Iran. Finally, in October 2012, these graphic designers created an official organization called the Peace Factory, which has now created already quickly several campaigns, including something called Iranians in Tel Aviv. And you will see what it is all about. It was basically sending these kind of messages that tries to sort of like completely work against this official rhetoric of hate between Iran and Israel. It is really interesting how quickly the Iranian side picked it up. And it's also interesting to see that the first postings sent by Iranians were this kind of shadow pictures where the identity was hidden for obvious political reasons, because people were actually frightened until a certain kind of critical mass started emerging. And then all of a sudden the faces of these Iranians posting these messages started appearing like this. Everybody sending the message, I'm not with the official politicians, I'm not with the religious leaders, I am with the people. And so very quickly this reached huge dimensions and spread outside Israel and Iran online. This organization also managed to do something amazing, which you saw briefly already. So you actually to fund a campaign where these messages were posted not just online, but going back to my first example of this old media of, in a way, city cries, to post them on buses in the city of Tel Aviv, making a message that was so obviously in contradiction with the sort of like political rhetorics of the hate of the Israeli right-wing government, including pictures like this. We can have really interesting statistics how far it has spread only in the first year. These are some of the contributions from all around the world, including some from the Nordic countries as well. It also went to the traditional media. This is the New Yorker magazine acknowledging this idea. And this is the message that my group, my class sent as our contribution. We actually had a long discussion. This actually, I'm at the back row. These students are getting taller than me. So we had a long discussion whether behind our message, Israel in Iran, whether we should actually put the names in alphabetical order. Iran and Israel, we love you, or this way. But we finally ended up doing Israel, Iran, because the initiative came from Israel, reaching out towards Iran. So it's not a simple idea. Here is another link, which obviously is also a link with the city of New York, because this idea about Israel loves Iran obviously uses a graphic symbol that has become probably one of the most famous graphic symbols of all time, one of the most influential ones as well, that has been appropriated to so many contexts. This was originally designed by Milton Glaser as part of the sort of like identity campaign for the city of New York. And this is the original hand-drawn design that is now part of the collection of the Museum of Modern Art here in New York. I think that the Nordic contribution that comes to my mind, which I find the most interesting in this case, would be the valituskuoro, the complaint choirs, that you probably surely know all of you by Tellervo Kalleinen and Oliver Kohta Kalleinen. Because this idea started from a relatively crazy idea. I think that certain element of the Finnish mentality, which I try not to lose, is a certain kind of madness or craziness. We see it as an important national quality, I guess. And I think that this also starts from this kind of mad idea that Finns love complaining, especially if they are drunk. And so it is sort of like a local idea that you couldn't imagine has any kind of a global repercussions really easily. And I think that what's the really interesting thing is that when they started doing this thing, it had such an amazing response very quickly from others. So this idea of creating these complaint choirs and complaint choir performances all around the world started happening virally in many, many ways. So it looks like this is a good example of local creativity that has this unexpected element. So things that seem to be an expression to certain kind of Nordic craziness or madness, all of a sudden has this unbelievable sort of like echoing effect all around the world. We have this tradition, this is a much earlier project, which is the so-called mieskuoro-huutajat from Oulu in the northern Finland, so which now has been around for 25 years. And this idea obviously could be linked with a certain kind of theme that we often talk about in Finland, the Arctic hysteria, but it also could be linked with some kind of like student culture, if you will. But it also is very much linked with certain kind of like a middle age, sort of like middle of the road Finnish culture, where many elderly people, but also some young people, like to sing in these choirs, normal choirs, including my father and his wife. It's a hobby. It's a little bit also a way of social communication within a local community. So where these people singing in a choir, they travel abroad to the Canary Islands together. They meet other choirs. It's a sort of like a unit like the church in the United States, which is like a social unit. So the idea that this kind of a form would then be translated into this kind of mad shouting choir idea has this interesting dual perspective. So it is on the one hand emerging from the cultural environment, but at the same time adding this certain kind of mad, crazy avant-garde element to that. And I do think that this idea about this shouting choir is somehow also in the background of the idea that we just saw here. I'm looking at the watch. And I'm getting to my final example now. So I wanted to show you first of all, a couple of examples of projects that I think have a certain kind of edge in contesting those problems that we find in the notions that I started with. So the idea of the family of man and the global village, and a certain kind of mythological basis of those ideas. So the issue is we don't have to accept those myths, and I think that in a way certain action happens from basically denying the sort of like validity of those ideas. But there are many problems, and the problems sometimes have to do with local circumstances. And a very wonderful example, I think, is what happened in Los Angeles in 2010, which is now known as the Blue Controversy, which could also be kind of characterized as the limits of the arts in the streets. So we have to also ask, what can we do when these kind of problems happen? So what happened? Now, Blue is an internationally known artist, a bit with a background similar to J.R., where he's done a huge number of large-scale mural paintings. So starting basically from this kind of a street art action type, but creating things that are magnificent works of art, I would say. My favorite is the next one. This is from Milan. I'm actually a Los Angeles cyclist. I cycle in LA, probably the only professor in the University of California. So University of California is like a city in itself. I don't think there's any other professors cycling. This is just under the street, showing these gigantic cyclists crushing those disgusting private cars. I'm not a very popular person if I start speaking about this very loud in LA. And I enjoy it. This is a painting that Blue created for a gallerist here in New York. His name was Jeffrey Deitch, and so who was a big supporter of Blue's work. Now, Deitch became the director of the Museum of Contemporary Art in Los Angeles. And one of the first big shows he wanted to do was a big show of graffiti art. So all these three forms of street art taken to the mighty Museum of Contemporary Art. And the exhibition took place between 2010 and 11. It's called Art in the Streets. For this exhibition, of course, Jeffrey Deitch, who was a big fan of Blue, invited Blue to create a huge mural on the side of the Geffen Contemporary Building of the Museum of Contemporary Art. This is the mural that Blue finished. Now, the story is that Geffen, so the Deutsch seemed to have been traveling somewhere outside the United States when Blue started painting. He came back to Los Angeles, looked at the painting and became white, scared. He started thinking all the trustees, the very rich millionaires who's funding the museum, looking at all the patriots, so like they say in this country, and he started shaking. And the next thing, this message appeared on the internet. Artist says this has been censored. Yes, for Deitch had given an order, paint it white, quick. The word started spreading on the internet. So this is from the Hyperallergic site, where it's compared the blue-white painting of Blue's mural, which of course shows a lot of coffins, or each one of them covered by a $1 note, compared with the destruction of Diego Rivera's famous mural at the Rockefeller Center in New York. A lot of comments started appearing. It is hard to believe that Jeffrey Deitch is censoring artists. And comments started appearing on the street. This is the supreme art leader, a street artwork by an anonymous artist, not very far from where MoCA is situated. You can see the downtown Los Angeles at the back. But there's more. Local artist communities started organizing street performances. They started creating these coffins and covering them with $1 bills and walking the streets of Los Angeles. New products were created, including Deitch condoms, which says, "Don't be Blue, Deitch, practice safe art." These were distributed. I keep one in my collection. Distributed for people in the streets of Los Angeles. And action started happening on the site of the museum itself by means of projections like this, and by using laser guns. Censor this, and we love Blue. And here you see how we get back to Milton Glazer's I Love New York graphic design and the Israel Loves Iran campaign. So you see how these things are linked. And they are partly linked because these things are linked and connected, of course, through this network that we live with. So none of these issues would have become that well known unless these artists doing these local actions to protest what Jeffrey Deitch did, destroying Blue's mural before most people even had a chance to see that, before the exhibition opened, were instantaneously uploaded on the internet, and that's why they became part of this global art discussion. So I think that this is one way how this global identity is being created. So it is definitely bridging these things, but it's being created in a certain way of like fighting for the cause. It doesn't happen by itself. And I come now to the conclusion perfectly on time, by the way. For I have my brief epilogue. You remember I showed the cartoon from the Los Angeles Times in the beginning. Another discussion I'm talking much with my students is the influence of Far Asia. And at this moment, especially the so-called Hallyu, which is the Korean wave, this extraordinarily sort of like huge influence than the Korean popular culture right at the moment is having globally. I don't know how much it is seen in the Nordic countries yet, but obviously its most famous manifestation now is the Gangnam Style, which is this music video that probably is maybe the most seen music video of all time on YouTube that has affected culture really almost globally in that sense, in an amazing way. If you go to the Museum of the Moving Image here in Astoria, so they are projecting this huge on the wall inside the original Gangnam video, which is basically this crazy new dance mania that was introduced by this Psy. But it's only one example of many, and I don't have time and I don't want to go into this anyway. So like try to talk about the extremely complex way how very local Korean cultural themes are now being accepted and translated globally. It's a very interesting, complex, and anything but self-evident way. But I'm just going to go to my last slide from here. So this is the instructions how to dance the Gangnam Style. And now, if people are following what's happening in North Korea, this is the explanation why things are going so bad. It's the new leader of North Korea trying to learn how to dance the Gangnam Style. He's a little bit kind of slightly obese, and Gangnam Style doesn't work that well, so he decides, okay, let's invade South Korea. And if we cannot influence the world by means of our popular culture, let's bring our nuclear power arsenal and our 1 million strong army and try our best. It may not be the best of all solution to this idea, but I think that this definitely reflects on the kinds of things that I've been trying to talk about. So this is the end of the talk. As you saw, I didn't talk about terribly many Nordic examples on purpose, because I hope that this kind of a personal story of a Nordic expatriate who's been living in probably the most multicultural city of the world, looking at all these influences that I learned from my students, from my daily life, daily practice, how that affects one's way of thinking, might be an interesting lesson to sort of like try to sort of like link this idea with the sort of like the Nordic experience, and perhaps we can get to these topics later as we get to those presentations from that other perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Erkki. That was, I'm smiling ear to ear. That was really amazing. So now we are having a coffee and tea break until exactly 11:40, where I would advise you to come back in because we're screening Aya-Lisa Atila's Fisherman, Etude number 1. So have a break and I'll see you. We are now starting off with our second section of today, which will start with presentations. First by Kati Kivinen, who is a curator of contemporary exhibitions at the Museum of the Contemporary Art Kiasma. She will be followed by Birta Guðjónsdóttir, who's an artist, independent curator, and a director. She was the director of the Living Art Museum in Reykjavik. And following Birta, we will have Marit Pasche. And Marit is an art historian, an associate professor of art theory associated with the Oslo Academy of Fine Art, and head of research at the Norwegian Video Art Archive. We will continue right away after these presentations with a panel moderated by Margaret Elisabeth Olafsdottir, who will start the panel with a presentation. And Margaret is an independent writer and researcher at the Reykjavik Art Academy. Kati, welcome to the stage.
Okay, so good day everybody, and thank you Nina and Tanya for the invitation. It has been great joy to take part in the project and also to the symposia today here at the Scandinavia House. So I shall talk today shortly on Nordic video art from a very specific point of view, and this is the talk is partially based on my ongoing PhD work in art history for the University of Helsinki. The subject of my research work, which is due to be completed in the coming autumn, is the spatialization of moving image and narrative in recent Finnish video installation art, and the embodied encounter of the spectator with the work of art. This research work creates the backdrop for today's presentation, which however aims to spread light on certain developments in the Nordic video art, in particular in the past decade or so, and I think there are also kind of like some connections with Jonathan's presentation 2 days ago. And you can put on the images now. The small selection of images which will be kind of like going around through the presentation is just to kind of like accompany some of the thoughts presented here and kind of like give you a bit of a idea on different kind of outbreak of Finnish video art into the space, and meaning mainly the gallery space. So when trying to locate the Nordic or the Nordicness in contemporary video art from the north of Europe, I somehow think it's not a very easy task to do. Not because of that there wouldn't be a very active and interesting scene to explore into. On the contrary, that I think we have, and we can take a full pride and joy out of that. I think it's rather because of the fact that the shared and unique themes, typical for just this geographical and cultural region, just for me don't seem to be that strong, or at least they are less strong nowadays than what they perhaps used to be some decades ago. For example, in the 1990s, let's go back there, like everybody during the past few days, Nordic video art together with other fresh art forms such as photography were labeled under the shared title of the Nordic Miracle, which was conceived at the late 90s by Lorenz Boss and Hans-Uri Obrist. Today, such worn-out cliches of the shared and unique themes for the artist working in this region, like the nature, melancholy, madness, or the advanced science and education, or the welfare state, that were often used by curators and critics working both inside and outside the geographical area of the Nordic countries, they just feel somewhat outdated in this current moment. These themes can surely be found still in the individual works by individual artists, and as can be seen also in the selection here in Nordic Outbreak in New York, but I would still not draw any longer such generic generalizations. Rather, I would say that the Nordic contemporary video art is today very international, though of course very much in the Western context, and therefore hard to distinguish from the products of the rest of the Western art world. Today, the artists study, travel, and work internationally, and therefore their practice does not echo so much Nordic, I think. But when trying to pinpoint some common and rather aesthetic than thematical features to the Nordic moving image practice during the past decade, I chose to concentrate in this short presentation to the outbreak of video art into the space, phenomena that I call here ahead the spatialization of moving image. I see that this line of development has played an important role in the Nordic video art, in both gaining attention to the art form in the Nordic art scene, but also in the international level. In the Nordic context, the installation form has helped the fairly young art form to break through from the margin into the center of contemporary art. In this rapid development, the Nordic video art also has adopted the key features and the forms of the international gallery film scene, also known as cinéma d'exposition in France, and somehow it has seemed to have jumped right at the opportunity in the very right moment. But let's get a bit of a history. Video art was a very latecomer in the Nordic scene. There was just some scare tryouts and experiments and handful of exhibitions presenting international video art in the 70s. I'll focus here on the situation in Finland particularly, but it corresponds pretty well also to the situation in other Nordic countries. In Finland, it was only in the 80s when video art really started to become more common, though first in the context of other art forms. Why Finland was so far behind from the international development of video art is a question that there is no kind of like clear and single answer. When reading articles on the arrival of video art to Finland, the main obstacles for the development seem to be related to the resistance of the new experimental art forms in the Finnish art scene in the 70s, as well as with the nearly non-existing availability of technical equipment needed for making and presenting video art. Despite some efforts to introduce the new art form here in the 70s, like video happenings and some screenings of international video art, it was only in the 80s when performance artists first introduced video through their work, so documenting performances and other ephemeral projects. And when video art finally landed in Finland in the 80s, it was for a long time a marginal art form, lacking institutional support, and also support with presentation. Though the economic boom of the 80s was embracing fine arts, it was the gallery arts, painting and sculpture, that got the attention and the money, and not the newcomer of video or medial art at large. For several years, Finland was lacking a forum or an event to present the new art form, and for this reason and some other reasons, artist-run associations like MU, meaning the other, as well as Ave-Arki were established to create a place to show and also to collect and maintain video art. So despite this sticky start, the fairly quick development on the field of video art started in Finland in the 80s, with these new artist-run initiatives mostly being in the head of the development. The education of the video art started also in Finland in 1990. Before that, artists who were interested in the medium were mainly studying abroad or then in these different kind of common video workshops at that time, which were active almost around the country. Different important venues and events for showing early video art were different medium-specific events and festivals devoted to, as Erkki mentioned today. And why it took some time for video art to find its way to art institutions, there are some different explanations for this. One of them is related to the theme of the presentation, namely the outbreak of the video art into the space. One reason for this, according to American art historian Liz Kotz, might be the televisual form of video art, which still in the 80s was mainly tied with the monitor as its main presentation form. Kotz has written about the reluctant attitude of art museums to bring video art in monitors to its main spaces, next to paintings and installations and sculptures. However, fairly soon, at the end of the 80s and early 90s, when artists started to experiment with spatial forms and projection techniques, from there on the development has been fairly fast, with the support of both educational system as well as the art institutions. The projected video installations somehow seem to fulfill better the needs and hopes of art institutions than the works of the older generation of video art. Kotz has also acclaimed that the projected video installation possesses such aesthetic qualities that it was more attractive to the institutions than its predecessors, which were closed into the box of the monitor. projected video installation was in a way seen to bring about the material, spatial, and enduring dimension into video art, which was still in the 80s seen as immaterial, non-commercial, but also easy to store and transport. So the coming-of-age story of Nordic video art and its entering into museums and also public collections from the margin was, however, an alteration that was not just saluted only with infatuation in the Nordic art scene. Some artists in the field felt that the video art, when searching new audiences, somehow fallowsly took over the spatial form when aspiring food at museums and galleries. They felt that the development of moving image art towards spatial form was popularistic by its nature, and that it was not supporting the development of the audiovisual language of video art as part of the field of visual art. Today, the contemporary art museums and different contemporary art events embrace the video installation art as an art form that is physical, phenomenological, and thus perfectly fitting to the contemporary experience institution, yearning for strong emotional and immersive experiences. I'm sure that one issue affecting both the interest of the museums of on video installation as well as the becoming common of the video installation in the 1990s worldwide, has to do with this overall change of museum institution in the 80s and 90s from a fortress of expert spectatorship towards a more open cultural center, where physical and psychological experience of art replaces the distant, expert-based and intellectually orientated spectatorship. It has been proposed also that the responsive attitude of art institutions towards video and media installation art and towards moving image in visual art at large derives from the media-orientated display of the works that appeals to a larger audience. And despite the wide acceptance of art form during the past decade, or nearly two, the nature of video installation art as a truly spatial art form has been questioned and criticized on several occasions since the beginning of the 21st century. Art critics like art historian Hal Foster have seen the current spatialized moving image installation practice of visual artists as more pictorial rather than processual practice executing and activating an embodied experience of the spectator. This critic contests the installation nature of recent video installation art, claiming that what we are dealing here with is not a proper installation in the traditional sense of the term, and this doubt was fairly lengthily presented, for example, in the October magazine Roundtable on Protected Image in Contemporary Art in 2003. And in this discussion, many people, like, for example, American artist Anthony McCall, were comparing the 60s and 70s installations and also sculptures with the contemporary installations, and saw that there is a very different viewpoint to the term of installation. And if we consider the term of installation only in the sense that it had in the 60s and 70s, when the art form became more common, Anthony McCall, for example, would seem to be quite right with his claim that the current video installation is not that proper installation, although at the same time it is appropriate to consider whether the whole concept of installation is any more the same as it was in 60s and 70s, when video installations with live feed cameras brought a very strong sense of electronically transmitted presence to their viewers. It is true that sometimes we can't see the video installation in a very same way, like a statue, by rotating around it, but I would still argue that the moving image installation today, it offers to the viewer kind of like a physical viewing situation where you enter to the illusory space created by the installation. And I think that one fact that many of the critics in this discussion didn't take into account was that the space of the video installation influences the viewer always by offering an embodied experience and by setting him or herself in motion, and not just physically but also mentally somehow. And therefore I would argue that the spatiality is still a very relevant part of the artwork and of its encountering. Though the contemporary moving image installation is perhaps more nomadic by its character nowadays, and it doesn't necessarily share the same kind of interest with a specific exhibition space as its predecessors in 60s and 70s, I would still argue that it holds same interest in creating an immersive and enveloping surrounding embodying the viewer. I think it's wrong to say that the current video installation art would not be interested in spatial issues, but I rather see there a change in focus towards the issues of spatiality. The space of installation in current video art is often a space to explore and expand the borderlines and possibilities of cinema. The context of current video installation art is today more often a dialogue with the other practices of moving image art and the whole grey area between visual arts and cinema. And therefore, I think it's also time to modify our viewpoints in the discussion on the spatialization of moving image in contemporary video art. I'll have to cut it short here now so that I won't run over my time. Thank you. That was a speed reading.
Thank you so much, Kati, for this really interesting presentation about the whole spatialization of video art. Next is Birte Gudjonsdottir.
Thank you so very much to the Streaming Museum, to Nina and Tanya, and all the participants, of course. This has been and still remains quite interesting, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the day's talks as well. As the curator, I don't specify in certain medium, be it video or otherwise. I have, however, worked quite a lot with artists who work with video and media, and through those collaborations, I've had the chance to explore the medium and its wonderful potentials. For this participation, I used the opportunity to ask Margrét Elisabeth Ólafsdóttir, who's here sitting with us, media theorist, to join me for the task and for a discussion in the preparation. And she will, I believe, contextualize and speak more about the historic background of Icelandic video art and media art. Let me see. How does this work? Could you help me? When approached to participate in Nordic Outbreak, I found two aspects of the project, okay, thank you, most interesting to want to join. On one hand, exploring the notion of public space in terms of presenting art imagery, which to me entails fundamentally culturally defining differences between the cultural context of New York City and capital cities in the Nordic countries and Greenland. And secondly, I've been intrigued by video art from the Nordic countries from early on, and I embraced the chance of playing a part in positioning Icelandic artists using video within the framework of discussing, maybe in this case, post-miracle Nordicness. I approached my selection of works by detecting two defining elements of video art in Iceland in particular from the last few years, namely performance or the performative and animation, both of which are quite intertwined with the vibrant music scene in Iceland. The performance in Iceland is less influenced by theater than by music, and many artists who use performance have experienced stage life from playing in bands. I will briefly touch on the current means of building an infrastructure on media art in Iceland and speak about Icelandic video art in recent years and my selection of artists, which is not only based on my personal interest in their selected works as representative for the performative and or animation, but also on the personal voice of each artist resonating with elements that can be found in works of many other Icelandic artists today. For example, a specific sense of humor and the notion of altered or transformed landscape. It's also a pleasure to present an approach to alternating one's surroundings in works by Egil Sæbjörnsson's outdoor projections onto cityscapes, which he presents as documentation here in the hallway. As Margaret Elisabeth will expand on here, I believe, a bit further on, video and media arts have a very short history in Iceland, and there is hardly any specialization in the field or any proper access to it. Its history has not been written. There's hardly any research or official media labs. No video archives, poor technical resources within the Art Academy and the art museums. No overview exhibitions have been made on its short history. The museums hardly collect video or media art. Archiving and preserving is in quite bad shape. And the writing on Icelandic video art tends to be about specific artists, less about the medium as such or its impact. The participation of Icelandic artists in this project thus not only gives an opportunity to present their works to a wider audience, but it also gives a chance to reflect on the local status of the medium in an international context at large. Video art in Iceland has a connection to music and to filmmaking, and I want to mention two influential works in that regard from quite early on. Film stills we've been seeing here from a film work by filmmaker Friðrik Thor Friðriksson, who made two films in the 1980s, who've had great influence on artists and filmmakers in Iceland. They're both much inspired by conceptual art at the time, and especially the performative and humorous aspect of fluxus, as well as drawing some poetic strength from the Icelandic sagas. This one and the ones before this one show stills from a work called The Ring Road from 1985. Shows us a basic view in real time when one drives one round around the island of Iceland, which takes actually a few days. But in this work, it's speeded up and compressed into 80 minutes, thus simulating the speed of sound. In this still is from another film of his titled Brennu Njáls Saga from 1981. Shows us the book bearing the same name, one of the most well-known of the Icelandic sagas, being burnt intentionally page by page. The saga draws its name from the tragic event of the burning of Bergþórshvol, with wise man Njáll, his wife Bergþóra, and their sons. The saga most written and most translated of the Icelandic sagas. In both works, the part of the moving image plays a role as a substitute for people, for their absence, and gives us a filmic view of the whole saga, an action intertwined with its own internal time. Video art had a starting point in the early 80s in Iceland, but there was very little action in the field until the 1990s, when music videos and certain artist projects were shown on television, such as works of artist collective the Icelandic Love Corporation, who made two works specifically for Icelandic national TV in the mid-90s. Here we see stills from their work titled Thank You, recorded at a TV studio and made in memory of the cod, Iceland's biggest resource. In this work, they've eliminated the real-time performance, which otherwise sums up their whole career as a three-person collective, and play with the camera and loads of slick post-production elements. And I want to bring to the stage a few more Icelandic artists who are currently working with video and represent this performative aspect. Here we have a few stills, kind of ironically enough, showing stills from videos, but from young artist Kolbeinn Hugi Höskuldsson, young prominent artist living in Reykjavik, who mostly works with video. He uses the internet as a platform for his mediation, as he's gotten totally bored with the exhibition form in time and space. His works are sort of trashy, cheesy aesthetics, do-it-yourself works in bad quality, one take, made with friends or by himself alone. He's someone who spends most of his effort in the post-production and uses tricks, effects, green screens, etc. His works tend to be quite vulgar, and there's loads of rock and roll and sort of party culture in corresponding with the music he plays in 2 hardcore rock bands in Iceland. It's actually rather funny that probably none of his works would ever be legally shown in public space in the US, although I think that would be less problematic in the Nordic countries. And here we have clips from a work that would definitely never be shown in the US, I think, in public space. But kind of maybe represents this humorous aspect that I spoke about. Here we have clips of a work by Sigurður Guðjónsson, who has a work in the Nordic Outbreak project, who's also someone who uses the body in his works, and in many cases the absence of body. In his work, he features himself in a sound-related choreography. All his works have a soundscape made by himself, often in collaboration with others. Sigurður is also a visual artist who used to play in a death metal band in the mid-90s in Iceland. And so the aesthetics of that culture stays within his work and has grown into dark, ambiguous spaces. Here we see a clip from Egill Sæbjörnsson, who's also very instrumental as an artist, video artist, connected with music. He's also a musician and often performs music live in his performative media installations. Well, I gather he will tell you more about his works this afternoon. But I wanted to mention his video performances, in which he performs with video projections and increasingly interacts with the projected activity. Another important artist who interacts with video is Ásdís Sif Gunnarsdóttir. She does performances using projections and props, both alone and with groups of friends. And here we see Ásdís as the fortune teller, a character she played in her weekly Skype performances in 2010, for which people were invited to contact her via Skype, and she would sort of predict their future and recite dreams, past life regressions, etc. In this clip, she is actually Skyping with Egill Sæbjörnsson, who was at that time situated in Berlin, in this live audience performance. Another important performance video sound artist is Dodda Maggi, also a participant of Nordic Outbreak, who's made performative videos in which she performs as an alter ego. She has also made video works such as the one actually before that are meant to be projected onto exhibition guests, participatory sort of psychedelic visions, for which she makes the soundscape as well. In Magnús Sigurðarsson's works, he's as well a participant of Nordic Outbreak. He performs as an alter ego, sort of a loser person who has an identity crisis and is quite, as in this work, actually this is a photographic work, but shows the kind of alter ego who is quite lost, gets lost in an urban setting, somewhere far away. In this work, The Stranger, We have a sort of a Nordic Goth Viking character who drifts ashore on a foreign sunny beach, somehow realizing that he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. And maybe since we are short on time, I wanted to just briefly, for those who are also interested in following up, it's hard enough for us living in Iceland following up on the kind of currents and changes of the media and video art surroundings. But this short list sums up some of the most important platforms for video art in Iceland. The first one mentioned the Living Art Museum, which occasionally showed international video art in the 1980s, and then later initiated video-based projects, and they also arbitrarily collect several video works by Icelandic artists. Then we have Lorna, an association for electronic arts, which was, we have Slaughter, an artistically obtrusive composer collective centered in Reykjavik. Its members have been working in various types of experiments, including animated notation using computer graphics, interactivity, and experiments with sounds and tuning. We have the annual experimental video art festival 700 Reindeerland, initiated by multimedia artist Kristín Skeving in a tiny little town in the east of Iceland, which has proved to be an important platform for several Icelandic artists, and which tries to and succeeds in expanding slowly, gradually, and connecting to international video and media festivals. We have the Media Lab Lorna Lab, founded by sound and visual artists, a forum for the creative use of technology, Raflost and Hakkavélin, to name a few. All of these are scenes with only a handful of members, actually, who all work voluntarily and are themselves active in their own art and research. The Icelandic Art Academy has not still today developed a proper video and media lab, and the courses on video and media are quite arbitrary, and don't really mediate well the history of video art, neither internationally nor in Iceland. And how could they, with hardly any means for research and only 2 theorists there, having fairly recently specialized themselves in the medium, Margaret Elizabeth being one of them, and no archiving or writing specifically on the subject. Not to go into whining about that, but I wanted to mention that because I think this is quite an interesting and important factor of when you really talk about the whole spectrum of the Nordic countries. I think I stop at that, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you so much, Birta. And I just want to mention that both Kati and Birta and Marit Pasha, who's next up now, will come back onto the stage in the panel where you will have the option of asking questions at the end of it. So we do allow for questions, but we are summing them up in the end. So next up is Marit Pasha. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I will present shortly the Norwegian Video Art Archive and some of the ideas and challenges that we are facing. And I will start with the notion of decay. Because the notion of decay permeates most discussions about archiving. It also contributed to the decision of the Norwegian Art Council to assign funding to what has become our 3-year project, establishing an archive for Norwegian video art. So in collaboration with the Mie Berg Simonsen and Åslaug Krokanberg, I took part in writing the report that was the basis for the announcement of the funding, and it was aptly named Conserving the Transitory. What does one mainly struggle against if responsible for an archive? Yes, time. Anything that could cause an object to slip towards obscurity is bad, and on top of this, there are all the potential errors of registration, conservation, and presentation. In brief, most archives are governed by the principle of conserving the object or entity in the best possible way. This tends to involve the idea that the entity should remain untouched, with as few deviation from its original state as possible. But this, of course, conflicts with the Norwegian Art Council's intention with this project, namely that the object should be accessible for the public. And to some extent, it also contradicts the very nature of reproducible images. And I will come back to that later on. When PNEC, or Production Network for Electronic Art in Norway, was awarded this 3-year pilot project for running from 2012 to 2014, we were a group of people working with this, and I am I'm kind of responsible for the research. And we aim to create an archive and a research center for Norwegian video art working on the terms of the art itself. And our mandate is to collect and survey Norwegian video art from the period of 1965 to 1990, or as far as we can reach. Due to conservational considerations, the Art Council has instructed us to commence with the oldest material, seeing as they want the survey of video works to be as complete as possible. We emphasize thoroughness in the initial phase of mapping and investigation. We include the works of lesser known as well as established artists, regardless of style, format, and context of creation. So in this initial phase, we are not selective. In the longer perspective, this material will constitute an important resource and reference archive in the database. In the process of survey and collection, we have also commenced with the digitization of works. And here we are faced with the challenge of our limited budget, because it only allows for creating around 6,000 minutes of uncompressed high-resolution material. But from the digital master, DVD, Blu-ray, or high-quality digital copies can be provided on demand. But given the limited amount of minutes allowed for the digital archive, we find it crucial that the contents of the archive should be as varied and plentiful as possible, as it is handed over to the Art Councils after the project period is over. We think that the richer the archive, or the richer the resource archive, the better the starting point for telling a wide range of stories about a specific time period, context, or trend. So part of our responsibility is to establish the database using open standard and open source technology. And this work, I promise you, is time-consuming and complex. But we have made considerable progress. And finally, we are to do research on the work in the archive and communicate them to the public. So the mandate we have been given is manifold, and there are inherent conflicts of interest between the tasks we have been assigned. And let us begin with the first matter, collecting and surveying. Herein lies a problem. For what is the essential difference between establishing a collection and establishing an archive? In my opinion, the difference lies in the criteria for selection. And if you go back, the term archive refers to something different from a collection. Do you hear me? Yeah, okay. Archive is derived from the Greek word arche, and it denotes a form of order or governance, and we find its original meaning in words like anarchy, monarchy, and originally the archive held important government documents. And the documents were considered state secrets and were consequently made unavailable for scrutiny, distribution, or other forms of dissemination. In its original context, the archive was a closed space, accessible only to the few. So if we move on to collection, a study of the National Museum of Art's collection of Norwegian art after the 1960s quickly revealed its shortcomings. It is, for instance, unable to reveal anything about what happened within the Norwegian art scene from, let's say, around mid-90s to 2005. Now, one could say that the procurement committee might argue that there are little art of any significance. No, I'm sorry, I'll start that over again. The procurement committee might argue that very little art of any significance was made during this period. That is their prerogative. However, this may present a future problem, as it is by no means certain that the coming generation will agree with the committee's criteria for quality or their choices of selection. And this situation is, of course, not only unique to the National Museum, and neither is the statement meant as criticism. The act of selection is always controversial, seeing as it inevitably involves the exclusion of something, and it will always be affected by personal taste and subjective assessment. And the video archive will also have to be selective, because it's limited to 6,000 minutes and must take into consideration such parameters as age, artistic quality, and artistic quality of every work, of course. Nevertheless, we do not consider the process of selection for the digital archive to be the chief aspect. In our opinion, the main concern is the registration of works and the completion of the resource archive. So, are we ultimately creating an archive or a collection? Most likely it will be something in between, some form of a speculative archive, because after all, it is art we are dealing with. The foundation for what Nina Wenhardt refers to as a speculative archiving in her article, Speculative Archiving and Experimental Preservation of Media Art, is the recognition of the fact that when working with video art and expressions within the new media, the subject is bound to be a process rather than a traditional object. The work is not fixed, but exists rather in a permanent state of transformation. The notion challenges a central premise for the way art is traditionally perceived, namely the idea of a work of art as unique and original. The emergence of visual reproduction technologies such as film and photography challenge the idea of the unique and original object by enabling reproduction by innumerable replications. The technology of reproducible images eroded the difference between original and a copy, as Walter Benjamin states in his well-known article, The Work of Art in the Age of Its Technical Reproducibility. Nevertheless, in reality, the dichotomy remained relatively unchanged. The financial engine driving art as an entity proved to be very powerful, and market forces held on to the principle of exclusivity. Consequently, videos are in general sold in no more than 3 copies, while photos are usually limited to 5. So even though it has proven difficult to examine the status of the original work on a structural level, a number of artists have challenged the concept in different ways. And I will briefly look into 3 of them: Lotte Konnovlund, Goran Dodjevic, and Hito Steil. Konnovlund and Dodjevic emphasize the problematic aspects surrounding the idea of the original and create their own speculative compilations of works. Steil, on the other hand, relates to the work as a process, whilst at the same time presenting arguments against a purely speculative strategy. So, yeah. Lotte Konnovlund, you see a work of her here, commenced working on what she called the Konnovlund collection in 2009. And over a 2-year period, she made 102 drawings of a selection of Norwegian artworks created from 1855 and up until the present day. In her project description, she expresses a desire to experience an art collector's point of view, possessing the power of choice and definition, whilst also examining the division of power between artist and collector. No. She extracts the artwork that she wishes to possess from the collection it is part of and transfer it to her own. In this manner, she avails herself of the history of art while simultaneously contributing to it. And first you saw the annexation of Ludwig Eichhorst's well-known etching I from 1968 in Lotte Konnovlund's version, and this is another artwork. The Serbian artist Goran Dodjevic rose to fame in the mid-1970s and is considered a leading figure in the so-called analytic line of conceptualism in Belgrade. In 1979, he exclusively committed himself to copying the works of others. He continued to do so until 1985, at which point he ceased to produce anything that could be associated with art. Now, Dodjevic's project can be compared to contemporary trends in New York at that time, as seen in the works of Shirley Levine, as you see here, after Walker Evans from 1981, but also Mike Bidlow, Richard Prince, and others. Now, Dodjevic is more radical than Konnovlund, as he pronounces the copy to be of greater significance than the original, as it has the power to, relate to another story. He also perceives the process of copying as an attitude against art. For Dodjevic, the notion of an original constitutes an attack on art's ability to voice a new train of thoughts relevant for its time. Clinging to this anachronism only serves the affluent. Both Lotte Konnovlund and Goran Dodjevic makes use of speculative strategies and challenges the notions of the unique. And let's move to the Japanese-German artist Hito Steil. In 2007, she gave a lecture named The Politics of the Archive at the seminar Film as a Critical Practice, hosted by Oka in Oslo. And her starting point was a video image from the Yugoslavian drama film Bitka na Nerveti, The Battle of Nerveta, from 1969, where some of the imagery had been lost in her video encoding. So she started a search for the original imagery, and that search made her aware of the functions an archive has, especially pertaining to political and ideological aspects. And her research leads her to the Film Museum in Sarajevo, which owns the original. However, the museum only screens the movie once a year for maintenance purposes, and nobody at the museum can give her any information as to when this will happen. So thus, she decides to continue her quest for the complete image on the internet. Bitkan a Narvete is a film about partisans set during the Second World War in the former Yugoslavia. As such, it tackles a historical and political theme. And how delicate this issue is becomes apparent to Stale when she discovers that the original film has been reproduced in numerous copies in which both running times, aspect ratios, subtitles, and information differs considerably from the original. It is apparent that different interests promote different copies. The frailty of the film as a cultural product becomes evident, as does the importance of preserving the original. In this respect, Stale's message is twofold. She stresses the importance of preserving the original, whilst also making apparent the abundance of information inherent in the copies and the means by which they are set in circulation. So the case of Bitkan a Narvete illustrates that it's no longer sufficient to view the original as an hermeneutic entity. Rather, it makes sense to view the interaction between the original, its copies, and its context as a process. So when Hale stresses the importance of the original, it is due to the fact that the original is what enables us to map the changes. The original furnished the history of the material. Hence, Stale's experience contradicts Wenhardt's rather uncompromising approach. But they nevertheless have something in common. Stale's statement is based on the film and video as digital technology, and precisely because this technology allows for distribution and modification of material in a previously unforeseen manner. Both Stale's art production and her text points towards a new aesthetic paradigm. The issue is no longer, and has not been for some time, the image as representation, but rather the practical value of the image, that is, the ease with which it can be shared and utilized on the internet and in social media. I mean, just consider Instagram, Snapchat, Vimeo, Kik. In my opinion, an aesthetic which stresses the use of art. I'll have to stop here soon. In my opinion, an aesthetic which stresses the use of an artwork consolidates Wenhardt's proposal of treating the artwork as a process. Consequently, okay, I think I'll stop there because I'm running a little bit short of time now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Marit. And now, before we continue to, or before we drag you all up here again for the panel, we'll have a presentation by Margaret Elisabeth Olafsdottir. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. I want to take the opportunity and pick up from where Birta was talking, because I'm the guilty person who has been doing the theoretical and historical research on video and media art in Iceland. And it might be important to emphasize on certain points, maybe also interesting in relation to the other Nordic countries and what has been said about them. I'm not going to be a long speech, but I'm not a historian. I come from aesthetics. So my first approach would be that of an aesthetician. So in relation to art, video's theoretical and practical possibilities are so unconceivably vast, and its versatility so immeasurably profound, and of such perplexing unorthodoxy that its defenders are struck with vertiginous awe. Those are words written by Mark Mayer in 1996, and they are cited by Chris May Andrews in his book, A History of Video Art. Both those authors agree that video is a flexible and unstable media, and thus video art tends to escape predefined definitions and categorizations. The unstable quality of video is at least partly due to frequent changes in technology. To demonstrate that, we can compare analog, grainy, black and white video images from the 70s with today's digital high-definition color image created with seamless mixing and editing. Those two images demonstrate how technological changes affect the video aesthetics, but they also underline the importance of accepting that video art's history is intertwined with that of technology and media. Another example of how those are mutually dependent is the paradigmatic change that took place in the 1990s. During that decade, projectors were gradually replaced monitors as privilege mode to exhibit video art. That the display of video works shifted from single monitors and their sculptural assemblages to multiple projections on museum walls and big screens, thus bringing the video closer to the cinema than the monitors that referred directly to television. It was in that context that a major Nordic video artist, Eija-Liisa Attila, emerged in the middle of the 90s. So technology refers either to the equipment used to make or to show video, and thus linking artistic practices to artists' access to tools. This connection becomes clearer when we compare stories about how video art came into being, not only in time, but in particular place. The universal history of video art, if we say universal instead of global, generally starts with the story of how media technology became accessible to artists in the 60s and how they adapted it into their practices. So we might choose Namjoon Pike as our leading character, which story either begins with a legendary exhibition in Wuppertal in Germany in 1963, or him filming the Pope in New York 2 years later. Both those beginnings point to important aspects of video. The first focuses on Pike's manipulation of the electronic signal as to distort broadcasted images of television program, whereas the second story points to the camera that he used to capture his own image material. Both those versions are important as they give us a comprehensive understanding of media and what it is about. But I first realized the necessity to distinguish between this global history and this local version when I started doing research on video art in Iceland about 10 years ago. At that time, art historian in Iceland had paid much attention to video art. And there were no theoretical writings, and no museum had a video art collection. Only 2 or 3 artists were directly associated with what we can call video art, and one of them was named Kristrún Gunnarsdóttir. At the time when I started my research, nobody seemed to know where she was. She had left Iceland, and the information I could gather showed that her career as a video artist had been very short, even though her contribution to the field had been very important. She had initiated a short-lived video art festival in 1994, along with a series of screenings in bars in Reykjavik, and this was what the other artists still remembered her for, 10 years later. As you may have noticed, Kristrún's festivals happened around the same time the Finnish artist Eija-Liisa Attila emerged in the international context. It is also the decade the Italian art critic Laura Scacco, who already borrows the same term that has been cited here before, which is the Nordic miracle. As he talks about this in her survey on Nordic video art. And this Nordic miracle that happened in the 90s, he was unable to give an example of an Icelandic artist. And this may seem strange, as among the pioneers of video art we find a couple named Úti Vasulka and Steina happens to be Icelandic. The Vasulkas lived in Iceland for a very short period in the mid-60s before they moved to New York, where they came across video technology. So their story is quite well known, But not everyone realizes that they didn't have any connection to the art world in Iceland for very many years. They lived and worked in the States, and even though their activities first came a subject in an Icelandic newspaper in 1972, as you see here, and again a few years later, in 1979, Steina didn't show her work in Iceland until 1984. And this is West that we saw before. She only could show it for 3 days, as it says in the newspaper article, because they had to borrow all the monitors and they had to give them back after a weekend. So at that time, artists living in Iceland didn't have very easy access to technological equipment, and the rare videos shown in galleries had generally been made abroad. So back in the 70s, the situation in Iceland was very different from that in the United States. Import restrictions and high taxes delayed the arrival of video technology to Iceland. So even though we recognize Steina's pioneering work, her nationality can blind our view to how video art came into being in her home country. I first met Steina in the year 2000, and when I started to do my research, I remember that she had mentioned an artist named Thor Elís Pálsson as her main contact in Reykjavik. I looked him up and discovered that he was a key figure to the Icelandic version of the story. He had been a student at the Icelandic School of Arts and Craft during the short period where experimental filmmaking was taught in the late 70s. He then went to Holland, where he studied video as a postgraduate student at the Jan van Eyck Academy. And shortly after his return to Iceland, he was quoted in an interview affirming that video was the art of the future. But in 1983, that sounded like a prophecy unlikely to come true if you were posted in Iceland. But Thor Elís, he knew that video technology was just about to be adopted by the advertising industry. His expertise was sought after by those companies, and he soon joined them. And during those years, he didn't pursue a career as an artist, but his passion for video was still intact. So when he got a job as a producer at the national television, he had a vision of video as an art form to be shown on TV, and finally his most important contribution to the history was as a producer. In 1991, he invited 4 different artists to make videos to be shown in a sports series program called About Images, broadcasted in early 92, and in which he appeared explaining to the audience what they were about to see. But this didn't mean that the 1980s were a complete void. It is the decade of music videos, and 2 groups that emerged during that period deserve to be mentioned. The first one is named Oxmá, and that was formed by a group of art students who in 1984 produced a video for the song Kitty. It was shown on one of the first Icelandic music videos to be shown on TV, and surely the most daring one. The second group is the Sugar Cubes, which made an important contribution to music videos in the late 80s, and many of them were directed by Óskar Jónasson, who was a former member of Oxmá. So we can go back to, the story brings, to, if we mention the Sugar Cubes, we come to Björk, who is first and foremost a musician, as Steina, who was also formed as a musician. But I found interesting to notice, as I have only 5 minutes, as the others too long, that Björk's career as an international artist started in 1993, when she started her solo album debut after the Sugar Cube split up in 92. And it was also that year that Steina had her second major exhibition in Iceland, showing a video installation with projectors, and that was really the beginning of Steina's presence in the Icelandic art scene in the 90s. And we can say that video gradually takes off from there. We had an important person, an American teacher at the School of Arts and Craft, teaching video. And it is because of him that video became part of the program in Reykjavik, in Iceland School of Arts and Craft. And this is a performance the Icelandic Globe Corporation did live on television in '96 and made them famous. And from there we can have kind of a gradual uprising of video art practice with the Icelandic Globe Corporation, with Egill Sæbjörnsson, who has already been mentioned, who combines his musical practice with video. The same can be found in Ragnar Kjartansson's videos, combines his musical practices and video. And then we have different approaches, like a painter who goes from painting to video, and sculptural installations of Sara Björnsdóttir and Benna. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. I'm actually going to keep you busy up here because we are now bringing the presenters together in a panel where we can elaborate a little more on these perspectives on different situations in the Nordic art scene relating to video art, which I found really interesting. So I would like to invite back up to the stage Kati Kivinen, Birta Guðjónsdóttir, and Marit Pasche. And at the end of the panel, we will have you'll have the opportunity to pose questions.
So it might be interesting, or it's maybe I think there's a slight kind of unbalance in this platform, because we have this very small country, Iceland, and then we have the two representatives, and we've kind of both been talking about the raison video in Iceland. So it would be interesting for me also to know from Birta maybe how she perceives, because I recognize in her discourse something that you find very frequently in the Icelandic art scene, kind of this way of saying, I'm not specialist in media art, I don't know anything about video, but I'm doing this selection anyway, and I'm interested in the things that artists are doing. So it would be interesting to maybe if you could elaborate a little bit about your vision, if I may start with that as a question. If on your vision on video as kind of a, do you see it as something that should be addressed particularly apart from other contemporary art, or do you look at it as just another practice inside of the contemporary art field? I don't know.
I do. Can you hear me? Yeah. I do look at it as, or I'm mostly interested in video as a part of a general artistic practice. However, I'm concerned about and interested in from the sort of local Icelandic perspective, I guess, because this is where I come from, this is where I live, and this is where I was partially educated within the field of art, concerned with the lack of actually information access and the poor mediation of video art, because as at the same time so many Icelandic artists are using the form in one way or the other, the medium. They happen to be, many of them, quite poorly, well, educated in the history of the medium, actually, and in the local history. And I always think this is this has to be a foundation for what informs you as whatever practice there is, be it art or other.
I see that both Kari and Marit are knocking their heads, so it would be interesting to see if they recognize also the same phenomenon in their own contexts.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's why it is so important to build an archive. I mean, because you need that history, you need that memory.
And also to maintain the works, because that's, for example, still in Finland we don't have any for example, video or media conservators working even in the biggest national museum. So, for example, just with these very practical details, there is still a lot of things to do in maintaining the art form. And then also all the I think you referred a bit to the facts also that how these things are then showed on later on. We digitize them, but then is that the kind of like the proper way of archiving and showing them later on. So all these issues are very important and should be discussed more.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, it's a really big issue. I mean, we see it now. I mean, we are like finding works from artists' houses, attics, different kind of very old formats. We're trying to digitize them. Then they don't remember the title of the work. They don't remember when it was made. It's really an archaeological project.
And then it's fun always to put the beta tape into the player, and then you just get the green screen and kind of like that. Okay, was that the work, or is there another copy somewhere?
Yeah, but again, I think there was something I was going to say now, because I'm doing this really interesting project. I'm doing a series of conversation with artists working, Norwegian artists working with video in the 1980s, and I think it's really interesting to hear how they worked with video as a medium. One woman told me that the first time she grabbed a video camera, she wasn't really, she didn't know how to react to the fact that it was sound, that it recorded sound. So she whispers all the time. And I think that's so nice, because it really shows how, in Norway there was a lot of testing, a lot of experimenting with the medium, and also, as you said, Britta, it was a part of a general, a very general way of working with art. And I think it's really strange how we always meet up in these video art seminars or video art conferences, like isolating it to a media-specific thing. Because all the artists we have shown, where they work with music, they work with painting, with sculpture, yeah.
And like Birta said, I think it's very much kind of like no point to talk about kind of like a separate scene when it comes to video art. It has been already for a long time, but still I think it's not bad to have a certain kind of a media sensitivity, rather that way, kind of like it doesn't have to be media specific, but kind of like a media sensitivity that also comes to when writing about the works and when researching them. So kind of like that's what I'm kind of like interested to have there, though I just completely see them as part of the contemporary art scene, internationally or nationally.
But do you see a certain way that, is there something that characterizes, because that's maybe something with video, it's so diverse that it's difficult to put a label on it, but are there certain themes that can be found like in Finland, or a way of approaching maybe the medium? Because I think when we look at Iceland, it's maybe a certain way to approach the medium that comes from the other practices, like you said, and that, how do you say, they take from other practices more than from a certain history of video art, because maybe they don't know the history, so they don't care about the history. So they just do it in a way that makes sense in the context of they're working in, or something like that.
Well, I think there are, for example, during the past 10 years or so, it has been very kind of like many areas that artists have been working with video. So in Finland, of course, in the wake of Eija-Liisa Ahtila, we have this very strong interest in narrative and how it is displayed either with single screen or with installations, and that has been a very kind of like important influence. But then there are also, I think, very interesting developments with kind of like this documentary side, and how they are dealing with that, either with single screen works or then also in installation form. For example, that's something that I'm personally very interested about. But then when coming and thinking of the kind of like the history of video art, so then there are, for example, now in the presentation here, some Finnish artists who are clearly working now presently very much with the history of video art, so there are certain performative elements that they are working in their works, like what Antti Laitinen is doing, and especially what Eeva-Mari Haikala is doing, certain kind of like small performances for the camera, and it's very much same kind of things that were already done here in States in late 60s and early 70s.
I think also you said it yourself before in your talk, that there's this tight relation between video media art and the technology at hand. And I think, I mean, this obviously informs how you, as an artist, deal with the medium. I think possibly, you know, as an artist, if you want to do like a five screen project and you have no resources for it, it sort of like stops there, etc. And this has very much informed the Icelandic scene, for instance, that it remains in this do-it-yourself sort of home environment for many of the artists, simply because the institutions, art museums and the academy do not provide the resources or the platform, the opportunities really, until fairly recently.
Maybe you have some questions you want to ask.
Got one right here. I wondered if you could talk about how YouTube fits into the your perspective or not.
I thought it was such a wonderful. I watched one of these streamings from Tate Modern in London. I don't know if you're familiar with their live performance. What is it called? The program. The first one was made by French choreographer Jérôme Bell, and he put it so nicely, something like that. Until YouTube emerged, dancers, for instance, or performers were simply unable to access their own library. It became the first library, really, for the performing arts. And I think this is very much the case. They're sort of further from any kind of notion of a center, such as I think, again, speaking of Iceland, has been our reality, simply geographically and culturally as well. It has fundamental importance, actually.
Yeah, just shortly. Also, I think the relation to film is quite interesting, or to cinema, because you could see almost a kind of fusion between the library of video, so to say, and the library of film, and it's very interesting to see how. I mean, actually, the notion, video as a technology notion, it's over. It's an anachronistic notion. So now you could see how the film, the history of film, are informing the new way of working with video or digital image, moving image. Yeah.
I was just kind of like going to continue a bit about that. Like I think at least in Finland, we have a very small kind of like a art market, and quite few galleries are actually representing Finnish video artists. So I think there, for example, the artist's own video, the websites with video access to videos, as well as like operators like the AV-Arki, which is the distribution center for Finnish media art in Finland, and they have on their website you can access most of the works that they are distributing, or both older ones and newer ones. So basically, when you're a foreign curator, you can do quite much research just being in your own location, and you don't necessarily have to even travel to Finland. But then, of course, there are a bit differences on the quality when you are looking at the video works in YouTube. That's a kind of like another kind of an issue. But
and then the copyright issue. And
yeah, and that was when I had to end my talk, and that's really a big issue. And if I can just continue a little bit, where I had to stop. Yes, because if a kind of usage-based aesthetic is the basis for society's condition pertaining to production and distribution and reception of imagery, What follows is really a kind of all but open conflict with intellectual property laws. And I mean, we have had so many discussions on this, and finally we came up with a kind of solution. And as I previously mentioned, we digitize works to the extent that money will allow us to, but on one condition. The artist handing over works to us must accept that the digital version is available to researchers and curators. Now, the owners, the artists, are free to reserve rights or impose restrictions on use or availability for any other purpose. So it's really the artist that decides, and we're not the distributor, but the artist decides how it's going to be used. And they can choose between uploading a short video teaser, low-resolution versions, or in some cases, the entire piece in high resolution. So it's really interesting because then the archive is not a refrigerator for old tapes. It's more like a database containing digital imagery and also allowing a quite prominent place for reference material.
Erkki?
It's actually interesting that Marito pretty much answered, that with her this added intervention, my question that I didn't even have a chance to pose, because I mean that I think that this YouTube or Vimeo case is really, surely it's very complex in many ways. I mean, there are many angles which make it complex. Intellectual copyright is one, because I mean many of these video makers in the first place, made very little or no money for their work ever. So this issue is whether, I guess it is up to them so to decide if they want to just to make it openly accessible, for no compensation for anybody to rip and use for whatever purpose, or whether there is some kind of a conditions that should be placed in place. And then I guess that that is linked with, like you say, with the institutional practices and that kind of thing. So I think it is a very important issue. Surely it is an issue as well if you think about like work, for example, Eija-Liisa's work, which is, wow, beautiful. It's, yeah. So Eija-Liisa's, I mean, work which is mostly multi-screen, which is not at all appropriate for the format of YouTube or actually even the online access in any way. And I guess that is one of the point of Eija-Liisa's work. It's has a certain kind of a specificity which differs from that sort of like mass distribution channel. But there's maybe I just mentioned this one final point, which is also kind of an obvious point, but I think it also came up with some of the pictures we saw, which was the former use of Sony Trinitron monitors and things like that, which I used to actually keep one of those myself in Finland. It weighed like a ton. It needed like 2 people to lift it. And it was a major display channel for much of that early work. I personally belong to the people, it's maybe older generation of curators who have actually a little issue of sometimes this kind of like easy porting of that content to a next medium. So in my way of thinking, that hardware is actually very much part of that installation in many cases. So the fact that Sony Trinitron is becoming an extremely hard to combine medium, while 25 years ago it was a major display medium for many of these artists showing video, is becoming another interesting issue. So to what extent do we actually keep and maintain this hardware in addition to these archival initiatives? For me, that matters. It makes a difference, because you cannot really completely sort of like transport these things to a new medium without sacrificing a certain part of their specific nature. So this problem, I think, exists in many levels, and in that sense, YouTube can only provide a certain kind of filtering action, providing a narrow bandwidth of access to much of the sort of like work that is like a history of the electronic arts.
Yeah, that's right. But then it is really, really necessary to have that kind of reference material, have a note that says, this was shown with this and this material, this was a technical format, this was an installation made in the room, the sound was came from 2 months. You see, it's all those kind of information that we need.
I can follow up on the same. Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the same trail of thought. This is a discussion that's been going along for a while. I mean, in the museum world, in terms of how what are you going to do with Dan Flavin when they stop producing these strip lights or whatever? But I think one solution that a lot of museums have come up with is that always when they purchase new works is that they have long, extensive interviews with the artists which kind of follow the work, where they basically ask these kind of very fundamental questions. And that kind of leads me to my next question about your archive in Norway, because you mentioned that you're having discussions, but I'm kind of curious if you're using this also as the part of the archive, because in a way, it might tell you more in terms of, and it might give you a wider understanding of what this is about, if it's very clear that what you are perceiving is not the work, but in fact a kind of documentation or a story around the work. And I think this is on one level of archives, and the other is also on the level of mediating work in general today, because it's becoming, this event here is on Facebook already, before it's over, and people think that they've been here and that they've seen this, but they've seen some kind of ephemeral documentation of a fragment of what's going on right now, and so it's kind of a double question. One is towards the archive, how you think about these things, and the other is maybe more a general question to all of you, how you see the idea of documentation with regards to a more unstable or site-specific situations. How can you make it clear that this is the work and that's the documentation of the work, and is it becoming perhaps more important actually to in the documentation of the work be really clear that this is not the artwork that you're...
Yeah, I don't think it will be very hard to I think we will be very clear about what is the documentation and what is the work. That will be no problem. But of course, there are so many gray zones here, and we haven't come up with a final solution because we're in the making. But these are it's really big questions, and we have thought a lot about it, and we have written several articles, and we are trying to make the way we have been thinking about it very accessible. And we are also discussing this with the artists all the way.
It's maybe a question also like who is documenting. I mean, in one way, we're talking about the institution which has control over the documentation and the mediation of the information. But then, of course, YouTube, it's all over.
That's also why I called it a speculative archive, because we have to consider the process. We are not a refrigerator. We are not. We don't have the objects. Yeah, more or less, yes.
I want to add something about this discussion about if it's important to see the real work or the or this feeling of if you've seen the real thing or if you've only seen documentation or representation of the thing that happened somewhere else. Because maybe you sometimes forget that does not only apply to new media art or video. Or I just was on the in MOM yesterday, and I came across a work. I wrote a dissertation about it when I was in university in my undergraduate studies, and I suddenly realized, wow, I had never seen the real thing. It was it came like it kind of hit me. You know, like it was bigger, and even though I knew the dimensions, and you know, and but I think a lot of work, a lot of art that we experience and that we see, we experience it through mediation of some kind, and it's much rarer than we realize to see the real thing than, you know, that's maybe, yeah. But maybe someone, yeah. You can come and have the microphone.
I would like to broaden this discussion, focusing on the notion of unstable, because it connects many problems or questions you mentioned. Media specificity or media sensitivity, the speed of technology ever greater and greater. And I think we have to also relate this to a broader culture issues. Because if this speed up of technology actually kind of prevents to really focus on media specificity or even sensitivity, then what becomes really an issue is an issue of generational difference, because this ever-changing world of technology means that younger people, new generations are born into a very different world. And with it, it comes kind of, I mean, we can see it all over. So my question to you would be, do you see any generational dynamic in your countries?
Isn't he referring to the digital natives, the children that grew up with their parents' handheld devices? I'm just asking.
I mean, of course, every child in Norway under 10 years have an iPhone. They film everything, and they put it on Facebook. It made them. Yeah, it's. They think in images much more than we did at that time.
And then I think also, for example, in an art institution, it's kind of like a younger audience. They are usually kind of like quite okay to try whatever new devices or kind of like applications the artists are kind of like willing to introduce. So they usually, at least I've noticed in the exhibitions, so it's probably their parents or the a bit older people who might be kind of like a bit scared to touch, but the kiddies just go and because they don't have any kind of like they are not scared of the equipment, whatever you lay there in an exhibition.
But I just also, I mean, I mentioned before, I think it's a kind of new aesthetic paradigm. When you have this shift from representation to practical value, I mean the use of the image as a thing, much more than a kind of representation of something. I think that's quite a new, it's a new way of thinking with images.
What I'm thinking about this with this generational, I guess it's the same. I mean, as well in Iceland with new technology, etc. But it also, I think, this context, it makes me think more about that. Actually, these mediums are, in fact, sort of they themselves sort of comment on, maybe distinguish between generations. I mean, there are such great gaps between the time before TV, the time before any of this technology being used. I think I'm not sure if of course it's a totally different thing now. We have everything in our pockets, but but there always used to be this defining point of technology, I think. And anyhow.
If I can make a very brief comment, and just as a intervention to some of these comments be made. So I've been engaging in this what I call exhibition anthropology for quite some time, which is basically often means behaving badly. So touching when I'm not quite sure whether I'm allowed to touch, and waiting for the guards to come and stop me. Yesterday I went to the to see the Gutai exhibition at the Guggenheim, and I didn't behave badly, but I noticed there's a really interesting interchange between a young man who was taking snapshots of the pictures. Obviously that's forbidden in that show, and then when he the guard came to stop him and tell him no. So I couldn't stop like overhearing their discussion. He was very polite, this young man. So I would like to ask you why I'm not supposed to, and so his intention was of course to use Instagrams and upload all those nice pictures instantaneously online so that his friends could watch them and things like that. And obviously here there is an example of the really existing generation gap, because it's about different sets of codes in the minds of these people. For them, this kind of the instant access and sort of like basically availability of everything visual, and so is a sort of like obviously often a sort of like the basic level against which they judge other types of experience, including this curious museum experience where obviously the coding dictates very clearly what are you supposed to do and what are you not supposed to do, and especially when it comes to taking snapshots and that kind of things. I spent quite some time just overhearing what they were talking about, because the discussion was wonderfully interesting, and it seems to convince so like really tell me that there isn't that kind of a gap is an actual thing that seems to have come to exist. But I think it's also a challenge for the museum institution that's showing these things. How do you show them in such a things that maybe they emphasize the difference of that earlier work in an interesting and challenging way, so that you can actually enjoy that work, even if you have to be made aware of the fact that you are not supposed to send Instagrams of these as you watch, but you're supposed to watch it in a different way, in different kinds of, under different set of rules in that sense. So I would see it as from that perspective as well.
Can I respond to that briefly? And that is that the Guggenheim Museum and these art institutions have a history of being control freaks. And when they're not stealing artifacts from Italy and Greece, which they have to return, some of them, they want to clamp down on copyright. And in my opinion, and obviously some other people's opinions, they are behind the curve. If you have technology that's opening up communications and ideas, and then you have art control freaks at the museums, particularly here in New York State, New York City, U.S. copyright, legal, lawyers, takedown notifications society, you have a different environment. So I'll leave it there.
Okay. I want to thank you everyone for participating. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So this was Una Lorenzen's work in the crack of the land. And welcome back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed the Danish smørbrød. Una's piece that we just saw was also exhibited on the Big Screen Plaza here in New York. So now, for the next section, we will have 2 artist presentations. And the first one is by Vibeke Jensen. And Vibeke is a Norwegian artist. She's also an architect. She has a particular interest in the psychogeographic mapping of the urban scene and its deconstruction and reconfiguration within the space of digital information. And she has investigated the practice of surveillance and recognized this as a central structural element of advanced urban cultures. And surveillance is also a main theme in the piece Sleepercell, which Vibeke is contributing with in the Nordic Outbreak program. So Vibeke, welcome here. The stage is yours.
Yeah, so first I would like to thank Streaming Museum for the opportunity to show and discuss my work as part of an ambitious and expansive project like Nordic Outbreak. The theme of Nordic Outbreak of video work breaking out of the white cube and into the city captures the spirit of my work. I'm concerned with constructing situations and intervene in public space and engage the public in active participation both mentally and physically. My work spans across many arenas, from white cubes in museums and galleries to temporary interventions and more permanent projects in public space. My background is in architecture and urbanism, inspired by the writings of Richard Sennett, Henri Lefebvre, The Methods of the Situationist International, and more lately by geographers like David Harvey. My work reflects a critical engagement, a love for urban street life, diversity, and imagination. For this talk, I have chosen to focus on a selection of video works that have their origin in New York and deal with issues of surveillance and control in and of public space. When I arrived in New York in 1992, I soon became part of the Lower East Side art scene, where David Hammons, Jim Jarmusch, and others gathered at Max Fish and Tribes. From early on, I was engaged in the act of seeing and questions of who is looking at who. In 1995, I moved from the East Village to a studio on 38th Street, where the picture window was boarded up. By removing the panels, I discovered an amazing street life. Hookers and pimps like straight out of a blaxploitation movie, crack dealers, undercover police, and drug addicts. Men pushing carts full of fabrics, tourists and families gone astray. And designers in fancy suits, I couldn't help it. My attention and cameras were pointed to the street, recording endless hours of extraordinary everyday events. Over 3 years, I witnessed how this synergy of everyday extraordinary behavior and magical moments were methodically dismantled and removed by incrimination of street life, while the neighborhood was gentrified and Disneyfied. Mayor Giuliani's war on crime introduced a heavy presence of surveillance by undercover and uniformed police, and an installation of crime lights on the second floor of streets facades. These provided perfect lighting from my recordings. You can see here. Shown here is a search and arrest outside my window. The mutual influence of the street, movies, and TV shows amazed me and resulted in a series of photographs called Line Up. I also made videos featuring the same photographs digitally scanned, panned, and zoomed in on. By analyzing the photographs, I deciphered clues and signs and produced evidence of a different kind. My videos from this time were shown in downtown New York bars and galleries, at Bricks and Kicks in Vienna, and in an extensive installation in Trondheim Art Museum in 2002. My piece for Nordic Outbreak was initiated after 9/11, when the war on crime was replaced by the war on terror. Now we were asked to look out for anything suspicious and made to believe that terrorists were hiding everywhere. Mesmerized by the TV images from the first Gulf War, I got my hands on the camera with night vision. I wanted to utilize contemporary technology to shed light on current affairs and the increased urban warfare at home. Due to aggressive gentrification, I was forced out of Manhattan. In contrast to the intense urban life depicted in my earlier videos, the streets of Williamsburg were empty and uneventful. Patiently, I aimed my camera at the intersection outside my window. The night vision device and passing car lights became instrumental since no crime lights were installed here. Nothing much was going on, in spite of or because of scare propaganda like orange alerts and the repeated warnings on the subway. If you see something, say something. But the green light of the infrared recordings made everyone and everything look suspicious. The suspicion and distrust of strangers were highlighted. In the first iteration of Sleeper Cell was shown in a 3-channel video installation in a gallery in Stavanger in Norway. The street scenes were projected from below onto 2 plough-shaped screens, so the shadows of the audience became part of the video. As the scenes sometimes continued from one screen to the other and sometimes faded to black, on one of the screens, the audience kept moving to follow the events. The introduction of infrared microcameras to the private market offered parents nanny cams to spy on their sleeping children. This climate of suspicion and plea to spy was the backdrop for Sleeper Cell when shot in 2002 to 2003. The 2 screens created a secluded area behind where sleeping children shot with night vision were projected onto a pillow, while a camera hidden in a teddy bear recorded the visitors watching the sleeping children. The recorded visitors were projected in a public underpass elsewhere in the city. Like the teddy bear, I was looking and waiting to capture the unknown event or the non-event. That nothing happens doesn't mean that nothing will happen. Or to quote Bush, we just haven't found it yet. Like him, I wanted everyone to feel the power of suspicion. On the subway this week, I noticed that the MTA has changed their focus from warning passengers about possible terrorist threats to warning about physical injury. A poster campaign is telling how many people got injured and died from falling or jumping on the tracks last year. and we are warned not to display cell phones. 12 years later, terror is off the agenda while surveillance has become omnipresent. This is the magic moment that the video was supposed to play. Or maybe not. Okay. When I was invited to show Sleeper Cell as part of Nordic Outbreak, I made a re-edit of the original footage by using the strength of the poetic image to focus on the significance of the insignificant. Sleeper Cell investigates the power of positioning, implicit and explicit vision, and the choice of protagonists to participate or disengage from the watching eye. And I'm going to show 3 minutes of the video, which is 20 minutes long. Night Watch is another work addressing whether surveillance is threatening or reassuring by commenting on the invisible covert surveillance following 9/11. Night Watch was part of the Art Under the Bridge Festival in 2006. When my initial proposal to project the piece onto the tower of the former fire boathouse overlooking downtown Manhattan was refused by the current owner of the ice cream parlor as not good for business, I found the strategic site under Manhattan Bridge, actually very close to where the videos were projected the other night. The consequence of bridges being seen as potential terrorist targets become evident in the video installation, where a watchful eye gazes down at passers-by under the bridge. The piece is a dialogue on the concept of monocular visions, referral linkings, safety, conspiracy, and the mechanics of control. The installation was empowered by electricity borrowed from a friendly surveillance guard in the booth nearby. You can actually see it there. In 2008, I was invited by Sendai MoMA to show Night Watch in Shanghai as part of the year-long public art project Intrude Art and Life. This iteration of Night Watch launched as a true intrusion into public space when permission to project the video on a department store facade suddenly was refused without explanation. That was a little... okay. Also an intrusion into my talk. So the curator and I decided to go unofficial and mobile. After location scouting, a van equipped with a generator, video projector, and a team of 7 was made operational. When I told my team that my preferred site was the Shanghai Museum on People's Square, they told me I was crazy. So we set up and projected Night Watch under the Yan'an elevated road on the corner of the square, which is what you just saw on the video. When the floodlights on the museum suddenly went off, we quickly moved our operation. So here you see the museum that was flooded in light. It's where I really wanted to project the eye, and at 9 o'clock the lights went up, and I was just like, let's go. And so we packed up, and we had a trolley, and we had the van, and we moved the whole thing. And that was the Shanghai Museum is a notorious landmark in one of Shanghai's most emblematic buildings, which coincidentally showed the Rembrandt exhibition. We were able to project Night Watch above the main entrance, where the eye strangely resembled the lit logos of the city's key corporate buildings. The next night, we projected Night Watch in a park in Pudong, Shanghai's spectacular skyscraper area. On arrival, police on motorbikes with flashing red lights were patrolling the park, and the unauthorized projections seemed impossible to pull off. But thanks to a team member's diplomacy and his father being a policeman, the projection was allowed to take place. Visible not only from the park, but also to the occupants of the surrounding high-rise buildings, the carefully observing green female eye icon posed questions. I've taken the liberty to reverse the order of Tanya's description of Nordic Outbreak to fit my work. The artworks reflect international realities and conditions in the digital age, which also touch upon contemporary issues that are confronting the underpinnings of society in the Nordic region. So, I'm currently working on a new piece that very much looks at the interweaving of regional and international realities. The events of July 22nd, 2011 in Oslo took place within a series of homegrown and foreign terrorist attacks that have been broadcast globally. The impact is devastating and poses profound questions. 1.5 years have passed since the bomb went off in front of the government buildings. The square is now closed to motorized traffic, but reopened to pedestrians. The high-rise building is covered in white plastic. Nothing happens. Everything is in limbo, waiting for assessments and decisions. Predictions estimate 2025 as the earliest time for completion of new or repaired buildings. The blasted windows were temporarily boarded up. It looks like they will stay like that for quite some time while bureaucratic processes pan out. Getting permission to project an artwork or a series of artworks will be challenging, but may be possible. The title comes from a folk tale about Sandman, or Ole Lukkeie, who puts children to sleep. He comes with 2 umbrellas, one with beautiful pictures inside, which he opens over the kind, so they will have sweet dreams. The other without pictures for the mean, so they will sleep heavily and not do anything bad. The fairy tale also tells about another Ole Lukkeie who closes people's eyes, namely death. My piece is a negative black and white video of a closed eye. The eye is moving under a closed lid and rarely and barely opens for short glances. The closed eye has many connotations, the implications of not watching, ignorance, refusing to watch, and denial. Eventually, the inherent potential for opening your eye might trigger a desire and a demand. Other readings might refer to the inner eye, meditation, sleep, and dreaming, recovery, regeneration, even a possible heightened sensibility. The Sandman Lukkeie video is thought like an X-ray penetrating the building, a projection that examines and proposes and causes the public to do the same. Projecting a closed eye has a lot of power in public space as it questions the individual and collective relation to the status quo. In this particular space, the implications are particularly loaded. Thank you.
Living in Reykjavik and Berlin. His work is an approach to experience or a mode of behavior in which a play creates arrangement that cannot be described as mere installations. So, thank you. So rather, they are performances, sculptural accumulations, and three-dimensional drawings at the same time. And Egil's current work can be seen as a technological continuation of painting. And for Nordic Outbreak, Egil is contributing with a documentation from commissioned video installations in public space, which he has done between 2010 and 2012, and which you can see on the screen, which is furthest away from this room, out here in the lobby. Egil, welcome to the stage.
Thank you for being invited, and don't worry about not being able to say my name. I could only do it myself when I was 4. It's Egil. It's pretty difficult, actually. So, yeah, I'm gonna just do a brief introduction of my works, and then I'm actually going to talk about site-specific video installations in the end. So, yeah, like many artists, I guess I'm affected by what had been done before history, and I think that I come from painting, basically. I studied animation and clown and sound at the University of Saint-Denis, Paris 8, in in the 90s, and I've been making music since I was a kid and animations, and that has continued into my work. Yeah, then when I started to use photo, I saw that it made it possible for me to investigate imagery differently, and especially sequences of photos. They gave me the start to animation. When I was in Paris, I was actually inspired by an archival exhibition about dance in the Pompidou in 1995, and I felt urged to do my own dance. But since I was not really a professional dancer, nevertheless I understood that I could use my own method, which was animation and film. So I created my my own dance from still positions, and there I'm playing drums as the dance evolves. Yeah, and the movement of the eye of the people that are watching the images obviously actually creates a dance. So yeah, then I would like to see one video. Maybe put the sound a little bit down. It's very high. Exactly. This is a piece called "You Take All My Time," and it's about maybe about the invasion of media. Actually, the atom bomb and the threat of the Cold War, racism, gender, Huckleberry Finn, and other culture artifacts are thrusted into my life and take up all my headspace and time when I would actually want to be an innocent little kid enjoying my simple life at home. And I'd like to show you also another video of a piece from 2005. This other video was from 2003. It's in pretty bad quality, unfortunately. It's a piece called "The Box," and it's a video projection onto those objects. You saw the box, and all kinds of objects would come out and behave in different ways. It's kind of like a magic box. And then another piece from 2006 is called "Ping Pong Dance," which consisted of 2 blue buckets. Is there another video? And I projected those 2 balls and their shadows, and the shadows of the buckets are also projected. So it looks like they are actually performing some sort of a dance. So it's called "Ping Pong Dance." And it's projecting onto the floor as well, so it looks like the ball is really kind of flying in air, but it's all illusion, obviously. This is like a video that is projected onto those objects. So here again we have a documentation of an actual piece. That's why I have documentations of my pieces out there, because my art pieces are always fixed to objects, and we couldn't really find a way to show it in the festival, so I chose site-specific video works that I could show the documentation of. Usually I never show documentation of my work for quite obvious reasons, because you want to show the real work. But in this case I thought I'm excused, because the pieces, they can't be brought from somewhere else and put into the exhibition. This is another piece from, I think, 2009, called "Grey Still Life." And that's a direct reference to Moriandi's "Grey Still Lives." Again, the painting. They're altered by using video that is projected onto the grey painted objects. And before I go into the site-specific works, then I would like to show you one more video of a piece from 2010, which is called "5 Boxes." And these are real boxes standing in a corner with a video projection that is mapped onto them, and inside the boxes are little hammers that make sounds, like real sounds. So there's a technology inside the boxes that actually is activated as the lids close or a box falls into another box. Now you can see it better. That is just a projection, but these are real boxes there. It's just the video fits exactly onto them, or more or less. It's kind of interesting to see the distortion actually when you come closer. So yeah, this was a little video was shown in a Finnish gallery, Anhava Gallery, 2011. So going to site-specific work, I would like to say that site-specific video installations, they are really about the place where they take place. The place is always a unique piece. It can never be remade somewhere else, not in its entirety, at least because it's always a part of a larger area. The area has a certain place in the universe, and that place is unique. So every place is a situation as well. The situation of all the elements that have come together and create that place. Projecting video onto the place is like talking to the place. The place itself always has more than is always more than half of what is going on. Like I project the videos, but the place itself, like the buckets in the video, they were playing as much part as the video projection. It's like a conjunction of two bodies actually. It's the body of the video meeting the body of the buckets and the sound, which is also a body. Yeah, but it's also about creativity, and creativity must come from finding solutions to situations. If you're an animal that really wants to open a nut, what do? You take the nut in your hands and, for example, throw it onto a rock and try to break it. This is a conversation with the environment. Some animals might just not get it and keep on walking past the stone and the nut without being able to open it. The mere action of watching the environment is also an interaction. Just the eye watching the environment. So walking through an environment is interaction. There we see a monkey trying to get from one tree to another. Why are humans creative? Life is creative. It keeps on coming up with new forms. And actually, there is no line between living and dead matter. Dead matter keeps on coming up with new solutions, and came up with solutions long before the so-called living matter appeared. So I think it's just some sort of Newtonian era explanation of living and dead materials to divide it into dead and living. I think there's no line between it. So in this picture we see all kinds of minerals that have been shaped under pressure, and the combination of different materials, they create different shapes, and from that actually we had the first living cells, and they have the DNA that is this driving power of finding solution and moving on, and then the early animals, they would keep on eating each other and become bigger and so forth and so forth. So in nature, if certain materials get pressed or mixed, you get new outcomes. So if you mix chlorine and sodium, both substances that you can't eat or drink, you get table salt, an important food component. When a stone rolls down a hill and hits another stone on its head, it's communication. One body hits another body. When water rains onto a mountain, it's an interaction of bodies too. The body of the rain meets the body of the mountain. When I project video onto a bunch of stones, it's to create something new. It's a collaboration between many bodies, the body of the video and the stones. And the extended environment around it is a collaboration. Actually, my theory is that humans are walking and talking stones. We come from inside the mantle of, we come from inside the earth and developed into what we are. We're walking and talking stones. And the media is also coming from inside the planet, or from somewhere else from before. I also have a theory that art is a species that developed alongside humans, and that, for example, like the dog that came from the wolf. There's no wild dogs in nature apparently. All dogs, Labradors, Huskies, Beagles, Poodles, Chihuahuas, what they're called, they all come from the wild and fearsome wolf. The wolves started to hang out close to humans to eat the rest of food around them, and somehow the relationship grew and the wolf and the human bodies started to walk together. The wolf took great changes through breeding of humans, especially in the 19th century when all the dog species were made, basically, but probably the humans were affected from the wolf or the dog as well. The dog also influenced the humans. Actually, the real werewolf is the dog, as you can see in this picture, because a dog is somewhat a mixture of a creature between being a wolf and being a human, somewhere between going from A to B, like we all are. Why do dogs have so much capacity to feel empathy to humans? They have learned to understand the facial expressions of humans that are amongst the most complicated ones of all animals. And they are able to feel and understand these muscle movements because they are probably developing the same muscles themselves. They've had about, I don't know, 12 or 15,000 years to develop muscles. One of the fundamental parts of having empathy is that you relive what you see in something else. So if you see somebody's face and you see the expressions, you actually remake these expressions for a split of a second in your own face, and that triggers all kinds of chemicals in your body, and you can feel how the person is feeling. And that's how we also deal with the environment. Like it's a very human factor. Another bold statement. We think that we created art, that humans took natural substances like pigments and started smearing it onto walls in caves to make pictures. The pigment was always there, and it was already expressing itself in nature in many ways. Humans started interacting with these forms of expression and started co-developing with the art something that we describe in our art history books. The story of art. The art is a species, like food is a species and humans are a species. So now we'd like to see some videos of the site-specific pieces that are also being displayed on the monitor out there. And this piece is called The Builder Inside the Staircase, and was made in Belgium in 2010 or 11. Was commissioned by Jan Hoed and Stefan Bellingen for an exhibition that resembles Jan Hoed exhibition Chambre des Amis from 1986 that took place in private homes. And they redid it again in Belgium in a city called Sint-Niklaas, and they gave me this private flat of people that was under renovation and asked me to do something with it. So I went there and I found this corner under a staircase and thought that that might be a stage, that might be a place that I could talk to. So I put the video projector there and I was there for some week or 10 days and thought of what I should do. I had no idea what I would do, and then I again grabbed the ping pong ball, because a ping pong ball is something that moves really lightly and easily through space and depicts space and shows the possibilities of space. It kind of embodies our gaze to space as well. And then there's a builder inside the staircase, which is embodies how we anthropomorphose. I don't know how you say that word. How we give places human abilities, and I question if those are human abilities. If it isn't, yeah, I don't know. But it's like when you know a place like the kitchen of your grandmother or something, it's almost like a character that you recognize. I've been here now a few times in the restaurant upstairs, and I recognize it. It's the restaurant of the Scandinavian house. It's almost a character with a name. So the next piece I would like to also show a little bit. You tell me how much time I have left. 10 minutes, plenty of time. This is a piece called Googie, and it's in New York. Also, like the second piece that I would like to show. Actually, we should maybe only look at about 5 minutes of this video instead of the 7:33, and then switch to the last one. This is commissioned by people, Alan S. and Christina MacDonald. They live behind the Guggenheim Museum, and they wanted to do something on the veranda. There was this wall that you just saw there behind the plants, which is the wall of the Guggenheim Museum, this convex wall. And they didn't know what to do with it, actually. Christina wanted to get a graffiti artist to spray something on it, but her husband told her that she would probably go straight to jail if she would do that. So they asked me to project with video onto the wall, and actually in this case it was okay. They talked to the director of the museum, Richard Armstrong. He also came over a couple of times and saw the piece, and he was happy about it, talked to his lawyers, and it's allowed to be projected there. What you see there, the portal, or like the ship eye window, is projected. And what you see in front of it is the veranda of the couple that lives there, and it's their real plant. So what is projected onto a real environment, and they can turn it on and off whenever they want. And this is I created a little character that lives there, like a neighbor, a little bit annoying neighbor, because he opens his window, he's frying fish, and he smokes and throws the cigarettes onto the veranda, so I started with like this wall, basically, even though it's a wall of this great building and a beautiful building, the Guggenheim Museum. Then it does block the view to the Central Park. If it wasn't there, they could actually see the Central Park, and it also made me go into deeper thoughts. And I thought, like, wow, what if you are in a prison cell and all you have is the gray walls around you, and that's kind of like the only food for being creative. You have to look into the corner of the prison cell. You have the floor, and you have some cracks that you start to know every single crack on the wall, and maybe you draw maps out of those cracks, and you start to try to imagine some stories, and you try to find a way, escape for the mind, out of this horrible space that you're in. So I think that's what we always do, wherever you live, you project onto the place, you create some sort of a imaginary version of what is actually there. And this is Gugi sleepwalking. So for me, it's basically just about this: how we project our ideas onto the environment, and talk with it. There was a little story behind it, of course, as well. I always make up some stories that the house, that the Gugi is the last remaining person of a family that moved to this land a long time ago, maybe 200 years ago, and the great-great-grandfather, he built a house for the family, and he called it the home of the Gugis, or the Guggenheim. So he's the last remaining. They became poor. They had to rent out the house, and he's the last remaining living one. He's living in this one room up in the attic, and that's the only room he has access to. But it's really funny also how Alan and Christina are reacting to it. They already totally, click on it, and then they say, yeah, Gugi, he went out to buy some food at the Food Emporium, which is the store for, people with a lot of money that live in this neighborhood. And it's really funny. It's really become a character, a part of their life. I worked with a 3D animator, Michael Glenn, who did this 3D copy of the Guggenheim Museum, which is there projected onto itself. And it looks like it's fading away or going away like a ship. Yeah, and then exactly, then we maybe go to the last piece, which is commissioned by Lisa, the late Lisa de Kooning, and Robert Wilson and the Watermill Center on Long Island, and it's made on onto these rocks in the garden of Willem de Kooning. He had apparently dumped these stones there some decades ago, and Lisa de Kooning said that nobody had ever done anything with them, and asked me if I wouldn't want to do something. So I said sure, and it's perfectly my theme. I like to work with stones. This is about, I think, 10 or 15 meter long bed of stones, and the stones are quite big. They're up to around 2 meters wide. They're huge, the biggest ones to the left. And so I would sit there at night and draw animations, and I had, these are 3 video projections that are connected. So it's a triple video projection, and this is a documentation of it. So I basically just worked with the shapes of the stones, and I recorded the sounds of the insects, which I find very strong phenomenon. Insects in a forest screaming, being actually maybe for me, I can see the origin of all music in it. I can hear the music of the people of Africa in it, with both the melodies and the rhythmic and the polyrhythmic, and it's amazing to listen to these insects, especially when you come from a country like Iceland where we don't have them screaming like this. And I recorded them and changed the sounds in the computer, and then put that onto loudspeakers that were among the stones as well. So that also mixes with this whole situation, That's why it's really site-specific, because you have to be there, you have to breathe the air and feel the forest around, and there's the stones and there's the insects. It's a real presence of the place, and then I add this onto it. I don't really have anything else to say about these pieces. So yeah. Anyone want to ask any questions? Or do we?
What time of day were the loudest insects?
Well, there's always the, you know, when they start at night, right? There is this, what are they called again? There's a, yes, there's another one. Pardon?
Grasshopper or cricket?
I also live part. Yeah, there were some toads there as well. But I think it's like in the beginning of the evening, you know, when it starts to get dark, there's this certain insects that are super loud. And then they stop being loud later on. For some reason, they seem really happy and excited when it's coming to dusk. Maybe they're waking up and like they're hungry and they're like, wow, let's go out and hunt something. Any more questions? Yeah.
How do you solve it with projections and how to store it outside, for example?
Oh yeah. Now I'm working on a piece in Germany that is going to be a permanent piece, 365 days a year in German weather, and we are building a ventilated box that keeps the same temperature and humidity inside the box every single day. In the case of Googie, they just take the projector in at winter. It won't work because we don't have a box like that there. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Igor, and also thank you again, Vibeke. You might have noticed, if you have been here since the morning, that we are breaking further and further out of the gallery throughout our next session, which is after the coffee, which is now to be found right out there. Thank you very much. Welcome back from the coffee. I hope you enjoyed Jesper Just's piece, Lano, from 2012. So now we are moving a little further into the realm of public space and new media art, and I'll introduce 3 speakers, and after their presentations we will gather them in a panel. And the speakers are Daniela Arriato, who's an independent curator and producer of art and new media based in Stavanger and Berlin, and Daniela is also the curator of the Screen City Festival in Stavanger, start opening in October, which Nordic Outbreak will visit when it comes to Norway. And the second speaker is Minna Tarker, who's a curator and producer of digital media and art, and the director of MCult, Center for New Media Culture in Helsinki. And the third speaker will be Jakob Lillemose, who's a curator and writer, and since 2011 he's been the curator of the Transmediale exhibition in Berlin. And the following panel will be moderated by Jonathan Habib Inquist, and I hope you were able to hear his lecture at the NYU School of the Arts, if I can pronounce it, on Thursday. But first of all, welcome Daniela.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Tanya and Nina, for inviting me. Well, yeah, I don't have any notes, so I'll do it freestyle. I hope it's okay. Yeah, I'm based in Berlin and Stavanger, and I work mostly with art in public space, moving image in public space. I run the Screen City Festival. Well, 10-15 minutes is not so long, so I have to I will just present 3 projects that I've been working on the last 5-6 years. Let me see. Starting with the public art screens, which is a project I initiated with the EO Lab, Center for Future Arts, Stavanger, Norway, in 2009, which consists of art screens in public and semi-public spaces in Norway. What you see here is one at the Clarion Hotel, the Science Center facade, the Culture House, actually a high school, Una High School, and a bank. And this was initiated in 2009, and it's still going on. First it started as a pilot, and then it, yeah, we got very good response, thankfully, and they now still exist. And I was working as a producer for this one, not as a curator, which is very interesting as well. The public art screens was, and still is, the only permanent screen in Norway, presenting only video art with different programs a year. Oh yeah, okay. Now we have a new venue also in Norway, which is the Oslo train station by Screen Festival in Oslo. So in 2011, we initiated a project called the Screen Passage, which is in a street in Petelsgata in Stavanger. A very important place, I will say, in the whole development of Stavanger, which is the oil capital of Norway, very rich and developing fast. And this street is uniting the city center of the city and the industrial area. A lot of empty shops, very big immigrant community, and some artists working there. And I noticed there was so much empty spaces, and also parallel to this, a lot of artists were not. Well, there was a lack of production and also screening venues in the city. So what we did is we, in collaboration with the municipality of Stavanger, we initiated Screens Passage project and dedicated it to the moving image, which there were a few venues at that time. What you see here is a piece of Anne-Helene Robberstad, a Stavanger-based video artist. And yeah, well, it was an experiment. But it was also very interesting, the process of working with not only the artists, some were specific, site-specific pieces, some were just already existing works. Very low budget, we didn't have any money, so it was very experimental. And but also the most interesting thing was the communication with the property owners and the people owning these empty spaces. The passers-by, the public, because, like I said, the street was very dark and not used so much. So, a lot of people were afraid of actually walking in that street. So, by enlightening the street for a week, it was, I think, it was a good effect. And this project was also inspiring the festival I'm running now, which is the Screen City Festival, arranged for the first time this year in October. So I don't have images, but it's dedicated to the moving image, and here we're taking it a step further to produce videos and projects as far as the budget allows, specific for the buildings, for the facades, with video mapping, 3D architectural mapping, video animation, data visualizations, and so on. So it will be also an experiment, because it's always an experiment, I think. And here also we'll be curating and producing. We have to do both. Let me see. Yeah, and also hosting the Nordic Outbreak. So the urban screens movement, I don't have enough time to go in depth of this, but I just wanted to show different venues and screens today. You see there the big screen plaza. You can recognize there the public screens I was showing, and to Madrid, Melbourne. There are several permanent screens, big screens around the world. yeah, I'm just putting some pictures from different data visualization. Here you see a piece by Nina Valkanova, visualizing the climatic changes in the city. Julian Oliver, the advertiser, which is a very interesting piece as well. And some pictures of 3D architectural mapping, which is also when buildings come alive, like transforming the city, really working directly on the facades with the mapping technology. So it's a very short presentation. That's what I have. And hopefully we'll give some food for thought and something for the panel debate as well to discuss afterwards.
May I ask the first questions? Sorry, this is very rude. I was wondering, because you just brought up this concept of the urban screens movement. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit on. Sorry, I'm totally ruining the panel now. I'm just really, really curious. Just like the general ideas that go into that, with bringing the art on screens, and the IOLab screens are actually those. Some of the venues that Nordic Outbreak will visit when it comes to Stavanger. So some of the ideas behind those screens. Sorry for running the panel.
Of the screening of Nordic Outbreak?
No, just the idea of the screens in public space, because it's we also have screens in public space used for Nordic Outbreak, the big screen and the big screen plaza. So just some of what you think is interesting maybe about showing art on these screens. Or some of the ideas behind even placing art there in the first place. Sorry, this is a...
No, it's a good question. The thing is that we spread this around the city just to test, experiment, and see what kind of feedback we will get from the audience. That's what we have it also in a junior high school and on a facade. So I mean, it reaches a lot of different kind of audiences. It was a bit of a challenge when it comes to curating, because we had to have, you can't show everything in public. And some of these places are not only public, they're also semi-public, like the bank, for example. But I was very surprised how easy it was to convince them. I mean, they were also renting these screens, which was we were very happy about that, because they were paying each month for having the screens there, and so it allowed also to be able to curate and to invite curators and invite a lot of artists and have different programs running throughout the year. And I think that for the Nordic Outbreak program, we're going to show the 30 all the pieces on these screens.
Maybe. We don't know that yet.
Hopefully. Are there any more questions?
So you showed one of the pictures from the Prado screen in Madrid.
Yes.
I was part of that project when it was first launched, and so there were a couple of proposals that, for example, one that was supposed to hijack the feed from surveillance cameras in the Madrid circle and Madrid center, and then basically relay those feeds on the screen, and that's when they started getting a little bit frightened, because we saw some undercover police agents appearing at the lab, listening to the plans, and then there was a phone call from the authorities very quickly. So we found out that the whole project was under surveillance by the authorities. So now my question simply is that how's the programming in Stavanger then sort of like selected on these screens? Because obviously immediately when you take this art to the public screen, so there is a certain kind of concern that that there are limits to what is permissible in these highly controlled spaces under surveillance that we find in these public spaces. So have you encountered this kind of related issues in Stavanger?
Actually, for the public screens, we haven't. I don't know if we which is lucky or. But I mean, we go under the very universal rules of ethical rules, not any content that's violent and no porn and so on. But when it comes to the Screen City, to the festival, we've been in dialogue with the municipality, of course, and also the owners of the buildings and the facades. And but actually, until now, we haven't received any. We are even mapping on the church, on the cathedral, in the city center, and they only said, "Yeah, what kind of artist?" Okay, these are these artists, and okay, yeah, well, it's going to be anything religious, and said, "No, I don't know. I'm giving the artist full artistic freedom," and they say, "Okay, yeah, but that's nice." I don't know if that's just a Nordic thing or because we've been doing different kind of not moving image projects, but other interventions in public space in Stavanger before, and they're actually been quite open. So, but of course it can happen, of course. And what do you do then? You know, do you censor or do you turn it off? I will turn it off. Any more? Yeah.
That's quite interesting, actually. This talking about what's allowed and what's not allowed when it comes to. Yeah, I'm an artist also from Norway, and it's very open. I mean, we have so much freedom when it comes to what we can screen in the public space. It's very, and suddenly sometimes it is discussions, of course, but it's very seldom. So it's almost that we are kind of surprised when it's a question.
Yeah.
Like we have to, like we were talking about also. It's like how do we respond to it? I mean, we're not used to it almost because it's still very open and very free when it comes to humans. But when you're in institutions, that's a completely different topic. It's like if it's inside an institution, then suddenly it's very restricted. That's like this. I think that's kind of typical. I don't know if it's all the Nordic countries, but especially for Norway, for example.
Yeah.
It's very typical when it comes to Norway that it's institutionalized, then it's very controlled. If it's outside in the street, then it's like you control almost anything.
Yeah. It's true, and it's. I mean, it's of course you have a freedom as a curator to, and also, and of course with the artists to develop a lot more freely. But still, I wish there were more. Sometimes, so you can have more friction because then you can maybe do some really interesting interventions.
But I think that also has to do with the arts as well. I mean, we should challenge it more when it comes to what kind of art we make, because it's kind of, I don't know. I think it's a good kind of question to the artists as well to push the limits even more because we have so much freedom. We should just go.
But I mean, there are a lot of important issues to take on in Norway as well. You know, like in the oil capital, and there, I promise you, there are a lot to be stressed. Yeah. But okay, yeah. Sorry, I'll pass my time.
Thank you very
so much.
Thank you so much, Daniela. I know that I started it. The next speaker is Mina Tarka.
Actually, I know, at least in Finland, there are a couple of projects that have been replaced or censored, and they have been in the commercial environment, like in malls, and they have been criticizing the consumer society. So maybe even in the Nordic countries, I mean, maybe the church can be freer than the malls. So thanks for inviting me, and it's actually a funny thing to notice that I seem to come over here to the United States like once in a decade in some sort of Nordic or Finnish sort of presentation context, and it's such fun because it's been almost exact 10-year interval. So I'm tempted to think back to '93, which was the first visit, and I had just curated the first video art kind of export collection from AV Arc, the distribution center, and it was called Finnish video art from the 90s or something. It was presented here at the kitchen, And it was advertised in the Time Out, and the title was Sweat, Soul and Sausage. So at that time, the topics that were discussed, and I think I see them still a bit here in the projects. They were somehow many of the projects that were in that collection. They had this confrontation or the collapsing of nature and technology, and there was a lot of angst and amok running into the forest and things like that around that time. The second time was actually Marko Tandefelt was involved in a project called F2F, New Finnish Media, New Media Art from Finland, something like that. And that time I was doing also a talk in Los Angeles, and it was the time when the big bubble of IT was on in Finland, and also the media art was really booming. And well, then my talk related to some facets of like archives and memory. And now this is the third time, and in the Nordic Outbreak, it's really questions about publicness and maybe collectivity that I think that should be addressed. So this is a very brief presentation, but I want to raise a couple of questions, more or less, relating to the context. How should we work in the public context? And a lot of the experience that I'm relating to comes from, we have been curating at MCult, we've been curating a couple of media facades festivals now in 2010 and 12, and in between we do other projects such as we did Advertiser Helsinki. And a couple of questions that I'd like to sort of throw in, not too much time to talk, but maybe in the panel. The first one is really about what kind of notion of public space are we working on when we are working in the public space? How should we position ourselves when we enter that space as artists and curators? And the second set of questions, there's actually a lot in there as well, relates to some very practical curatorial questions and to audiences, the question of audiences. How should we meet them? How should we work with them? And we have been thinking about this a lot in Helsinki, and currently we are also, a terrible word, but audience development expert in quite a big network called Connecting Cities network, and it's a European culture program funded network of 11 cities in Europe. And there's also Montreal involved nowadays, and probably Sao Paulo as well. And the objective of that network is to produce, in a kind of co-produce, a set of art pieces, also exchange practices, organize workshops, residencies, etc. And it's going to happen around over 4 years now, so until 2016. So when we went into that, we wanted to focus in Helsinki on audiences, because we have been sort of, very intrigued by the questions about this issue. So the project here, as I said, is Julian Oliver and Damien Stewart's Advertiser. It was also on the previous slides. Something happened on the slides. It's actually, they're very compressed. I can't help it now, it seems. So they are flat, like that. Anyhow, I think they are actually giving quite a radical answer to the question that I would like to ask all of you. Like, is it enough that when we enter the public space, is it enough that we sort of just simply replace spectacles of advertising with spectacular art, and kind of take the position of the advertiser, like the broadcasting position, that we are now here and we send our message to you? Is this enough? And then, of course, a related question is, do we perhaps hope to build some kind of participatory space, or give space for voicing of conflict, things like that, which were actually touched on just a second ago. Or do we somehow maybe aspire to build a commons or reinvent the commons in the public space? If you know this project, it's a computer vision project, and I think the radicality in this answer that they're giving to this question is that actually what happens is that the only way to replace ads is before they hit your brain. Because the project involves this computer vision technology, and the software is trained to recognize certain advertisement patterns, visual patterns. And then it's always done with a workshop where artists actually create replacements. They're called artworks. And they are then viewed along a walk where a set of specially custom-made devices are used, kind of goggles, which then project the different message on your eye. So I think it's nice because they are saying that, you know, the only resistance is in here. Well, we can discuss that. So that's one issue. As curator, I've been inspired, and we are mostly dealing with electronic art or participatory art projects, if you like. And I have been personally inspired by insights from urbanists or a group of people that could be called post-human geographers. People including Nigel Thrift and Ash Amin. And they have a really, for me, a really interesting way of discussing what the urban space is, what contemporary urban space is about. And it's really, Thrift has this way of talking about a technological unconscious or an automatic production of space. There's a lot of different procedures and processes, databases, algorithms, things that are operating at the back of our urban experience. But even if they're invisible and sort of in the background, they have very material consequences. So that's their basic point in a very short way. Also, Adrian Mackenzie has done really interesting work. For example, comparing or making a parallel between the traditional idea of how we think about urban space as a network of glances. And he's replacing those glances and the visual cones that are intersecting and creating a kind of architecture in the urban space. He's making a parallel with the Wi-Fi networks and their kind of cones and areas. So I think this is the kind of curatorial background, at least for me, and I think most electronic artists, in a way, share this way of thinking. And so therefore, very naturally, I think they have this capacity and this habit of questioning interfaces. So now when they work in the urban space, they think about interfaces in a very kind of, if you like, comprehensive way. And also question and problematize it. So one work that we have shown, all of the visuals are from projects that we have done, is Heidi Tikka's At Hand, which is a really elegant touch screen-based work where she's negotiating ethnic differences on kind of skin level. So the ethnicity here is seen only in very slight differences of the hands that can be touched and brought closer to scrutiny. And she's also a theorist who has been doing really, really thorough thinking about the kind of reordering of space that happens when you enter and build work in the public space. So the second question is more like also pragmatic, and we've been thinking a lot how really should we sort of reach the audiences. If the first question was really about the ontology of the space that we move in, and the second one is really very practical things. Because if we think about this outbreak from the white cube to the streets, etc., there's a lot of challenges coming up. And I think very many artists have a slightly, and also curators, a slightly naive position. We just, put it there and maybe think about that it doesn't have noise or about visual properties, etc. But especially when we work with new media art, which is, again, a bit more complex and also may involve this participatory dimension, so then it's really much more complex. I don't really believe in that there are such things as passive audiences, but in the urban space there are passers-by, and we should stop these passers-by and make them active audiences. And the active audience in this case means very practically that they just stop and look and not just glance and pass by. And then if it's a participatory or interactive, if you like, project, then the next step is how to make these active audiences into participants. And this is very interesting design challenge, I have to say. And we have also thought that when organizing an event like also the Nordic Outbreak, etc., there have to be many types of interfaces to participate. We have been designing the event as a whole so that there are like walks, and there is the traditional familiar gallery experience, and then there are different interfacing experiments. But they have to be framed very carefully. And well, there are only 2 more slides, and I think I have 2 minutes. I think, it's fun because there was talk in a couple of presentations about this notion of site specificity, which is a topic for a seminar in its own. But I think working in these types of projects, we are really moving beyond that concept, and it's really something that I hope to write about in the article for the catalogue. But I think it's about really thinking about reordering the space and the social and the technical aspects of that situation. And Hanna Haaslahti's project from 2010 is a nice example. It's actually it's a breath-activated project where one person at a time is breathing, and with the rhythm of his or her breathing, this animated soldier is walking, moving on those hills. And it was interestingly also interpreted in a very kind of site-specific way in the different places where it was shown. And this happens to be, and the figure is a soldier, which somehow adds a lot of a kind of allegory to the project. It's a pedestal of the famous war hero, Finnish war hero Mannerheim, Marshal Mannerheim, where it was projected. Yeah, and then I actually have 6 more slides, but I will let them go and get back maybe in the panel. But I think the interesting thing is really work with the different technologies of the public that are available. And Vibeke showed work that came also close to this project, which is positioned within the kind of the surveillance aspects of society. The Race Code is a project where they're actually using or sort of building on the surveillance metaphor, but also actually concretely using facial recognition algorithms, which then sort of, order the people in a kind of, it's a very fictive idea of race there, but that's their point. They want to make it fictive. And we were very happy also to present that in a public space, because previously in the gallery setting it really didn't make the point, at least for me. So thank you. Continue in the panel.
Thank you very much, Mina. And the next speaker is Jakob Lillemose. And while he's getting up here, I'll just elaborate. Mina mentioned a publication. And all the presenters here today are contributing to a publication that will come out after the project is done, meaning after the Nordic tour in fall of 2013. And the publication will include articles, interviews, conversations, and documentation of all the artworks that have been included in Nordic Outbreak, and also from all the installations that have been set up in this project. So, and there'll be more information about that on the project's website. But I think Jakob is ready now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, good afternoon. Thanks for sticking out for this late afternoon presentation. First of all, thanks to Tanya and Nina for inviting me. It's great to be here. And before I get started, I thought I would just kind of frame my approach to this talk, which is threefold, you could say. First, as a kind of curious observer of the true Nordic miracle today, the emergence of the new Nordic cuisine, which is this kind of rediscovery of the edibility, I guess you could say, of the specific plants that grow in the Nordic region. And the trend is global now. It's even made it to the rooftops of US cities. I think this is in St. Paul in Minnesota. Kind of a different example of the global tendency that was addressed earlier today. I'm also coming as a critic of this online magazine called Kunstkritik, an inter-Scandinavian online publication with writers or bases in Norway, Denmark, Sweden, to some extent also Finland and Iceland. And this is kind of an interesting, I think, forum for trying to figure out what we can do with the notion of the Nordic today in an art context. And definitely this here is not really addressing the Nordics as much as a region as such, but more as a possibility for developing a certain kind of aesthetic discourse. So the Nordic as a discursive space, which I guess it was even in the first place, but nevertheless that's something that is behind the way we go about this publication. And then finally, and probably more specifically related to what we're talking about here, as a curator of new media art. This is a screenshot from the exhibition Tools of Distorted Creativity that was shown at the Transmediale Festival back in January, February this year. So as a curator of new media art, this is quite an interesting context for me to be in, because new media art in its broad sense is still quite in the early phases of being discovered as a public art form. I mean, you have examples of new media art in the public. You have few that are permanent. We heard about two just before, but still there are not a lot of new media art forms in the public space. And for me, this is interesting to come to this panel and address some of these issues. So what I will do, I will take my point of departure in a specific project entitled Radiant Copenhagen to suggest some more general perspectives for digital art, moving images, and public space, which is, I guess, the theme of this panel. The project is not a moving image proper, and it has only been exhibited on the public space of the internet, not in the public space of streets and places. But I nevertheless think that this can give an interesting perspective to the discussion we have here. So, allow me to begin with a quite bold statement. The future does not exist in Copenhagen. The future does not exist in Copenhagen. Not in the punk sense of no future, however. The future simply does not exist in Copenhagen as an imaginary horizon. The startling lack of any kind of Copenhagen-based fiction that wonder what the city might be like in 25, 50, or 100 years from now is a revealing reflection of this. Rather than being a city for visions of different tomorrows, Copenhagen is a city that excels in dealing with the contemporary, with handling the present conditions in smart and sustainable ways. Sometimes with a touch of welfare idealism, but the basic approach, I would claim, is a pragmatic one. One of making urban life livable and to some extent also exciting, with the means at hand. Moreover, when these means are so full of possibilities, why venture into speculations about a change of scenario? In other words, the future does not exist in Copenhagen because it is comfortable and satisfied with the present. Yes? But what if one does not accept this closing off of the future perspective? If one, on the contrary to the realist outlook and rational logic that informs the ubiquitous pragmatics, if one conceives the imagination of the future as the critical and visionary means to engage with the development of the city, then you might have something like Radiant Copenhagen, which you see here. Screen dump of Radiant Copenhagen. Yeah, my slide is also slightly pressed. I apologize for that quality. Initiated by the artists Christopher Ørum and Anders Boyen in 2008, the work is a collectively produced version of a future Copenhagen. Based on a modified Google map of Copenhagen, on which is pinned more than 100 multimedia contributions by literary scholars, musicians, architects, inventors, data linguists, art historians, and other artists, Radiant Copenhagen is an elaborate fantasy. Its historical horizon spans from the near future of 2012, well, that was when the project started, and the decision to turn the shopping mall Fisketorvet into a squatter community, to the distant 2192 publication of the Venetian traveler and nobleman Field de Fool's travelogue, Luminous Copenhagen, Light Footsteps in the Star of the North. In between these two endpoints in time, one can find stories about the school of the new radiant living in Nørrebro, the realization of a 6-lane highway along the city's inner lakes, the flooding of Christianshavn, which is a neighborhood in Copenhagen, due to global warming, the appearance of graffiti, invisible graffiti, of graffiti visible for only a few seconds, quoting former prime ministers on the walls of the parliament, and the 2139 destructions of large part of central Copenhagen by a giant monster. So I'll just show you a few of these. You click on the different points in the Google map. You see here's the invisible graffiti, and there's this little information wiki up next on top of the map. There's also kind of more data-loaded contributions. And here's the one with the giant monster. See how the Google map has been modified to kind of make evidence of the destruction made by the monster. I'll leave it there. As is obvious from these examples, Radiant Copenhagen does not try to be a sales pitch for city planners, politicians, and investors that manages the city's development. If anything, the work tells them that they are misguided and will probably be out of work in a few years. Its significance does hinge on its plausibility. Neither does it try to convince you that all this will happen. It is not a classic piece of sci-fi make-believe. While it is certainly open to the possibility that some of it will actually happen in some form or the other, the work is primarily concerned with fictive propositions of what could happen, of seeing Copenhagen from the point of view of a radical imagination that leaves reason and reality behind, in order to lead to new doors of perception to the dear old city that is so familiar to the people living in it. In opposition to Le Corbusier's modernist utopia of constructing the ideal city, which serves as an obvious ironic reference to the work, Radiant Copenhagen presents a heterogeneous city. Rather than closing in on one narrative of the future, it multiplies the future of the city, and points to it in a diversity of directions without any illusion of adding up. There's no moral, there's no point to get. This kaleidoscopic view partly turns Copenhagen into a highly complex and ambiguous city, partly opens the city up to expanded explorations. As such, Radiant Copenhagen connects with the surrealist and situationist tradition of charging urban life with the power and agency of the imagination to escape the society of the spectacle. This will also be interesting in relation to what was just said about what do we want to, digital art in public space to be, what kind of notion of public space are we actually addressing. But why is this rediscovery of pre-digital artistic traditions informing Radiant Copenhagen interesting in the context of Nordic Outbreak's focus on digital art and moving images, and specifically the focus on curating outside of the white cube that we're talking about in this panel? Radiant Copenhagen is a relatively low-tech project. Compared to the contemporary smart devices and the app revolution they have sparked, its use of a website platform seems almost anachronistic today. I should say that an app version of Radiant Copenhagen in the form of an audio guide and some kind of tour where you can point your smartphone device at certain points of the map and see the stories that you see them here is under development. But it's a quite problematic process because Google Map owns that public space. There's a lot of restrictions involved in working with Google Maps, and they don't allow interferences in that way. So there's restrictions in the public space of the internet. Of course, it's nothing new, but this is another example of it. So for now, the work exists only in this website version. But I don't think the significance of Radiant Copenhagen in this context is the technology itself, but the project's conceptualization of a feedback exchange between urban space, technology, and imagination. To understand the significance of this conceptualization, it's useful to Radiant Copenhagen as a particular expression, to see it as a particular expression of what Manovich has called the poetics of augmented space. A brief definition of augmented space by Manovich is, and I quote here, "The physical space overlaid with dynamically charged information." With the advent of this augmented space, we are like modern-day fighter pilots who experience and navigate physical space through a layer or an interface of digital data. Hence, the digital is no longer part of some other detached virtual reality, but an integral part of the reality of non-digital bodies and objects. Moreover, in the augmented space, the digital is not simply a flashy ornamentation of the physical, but functions as an interpretation of the physical as much as, and as such fundamentally influences the perception of the physical. While the augmented space of Radiant Copenhagen in its current form might not be as technological dynamic as Manovich envisions augmented space to be, it is every bit as imaginary dynamic as the examples he mentions. Modifying the photographic tool of the Google Map, the project superimposes a digitally constructed fiction on a series of physical locations in Copenhagen, thus enabling the experience and navigation of the actual Copenhagen through stories of an imaginary future Copenhagen. It augments the physical and temporal space of Copenhagen, not only with digital means, but with the means of the imagination. This might not be such a remarkable feat in relation to cities like New York and Los Angeles, where the happy and not so happy future has been depicted over and over again by Hollywood, to the degree, I guess, that this becomes almost inseparable from how we perceive these cities. But in relation to Copenhagen, where the future does not exist, neither in the movies nor on the streets, it is a rather radical challenge on the common distribution of the sensible. Continuing this line of thought, perhaps, Radiant Copenhagen can be seen as a prototype of a new type of moving images which do not unfold on static screens placed at one specific site, but like Vertov's Man with a Moving Camera, is constructed by the users moving through urban space with his or her own device. This will allow for a new aesthetic exploration of the moving image as an open-ended montage structure, and of public space itself as an expanded network of intersecting, diverting, and open-ended narratives. Moreover, with this form of moving image, artists do not have to fight with advertisements, news updates, and pop cultural phenomenon for the precious and limited spaces of the existing screens in the cities. Bypassing the hierarchies of access embodied in these screens, it allows for more open conditions of production and distribution. As such, this type of moving image seems to me to be a format to explore with all imaginary means possible in the future, and not only in Copenhagen. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jakob. That was great. Now, Jonathan will just have a brief introduction presentation. And right after, we'll jump straight into the panel with the speakers that you just heard. So, Jonathan, it's you.
Okay. You're lucky today because my battery is low, so I'm going to be really short. And I'm not going to give part 2 of the talk I never gave the day before yesterday. I think just something, a reflection, a spontaneous reflection actually of after these 3 talks is that I'm wondering if networked art, if we can use a broader concept for kind of socially engaged or participatory art and these kind of temporary screenings and events, I think is where probably where public art is going. I mean, for instance, I can just mention the new director of the Swedish Public Arts Council is the same person who founded Mobile Art Production, which was one of the most experimental public space institutions in Sweden. So I think this also means that we have to start talking about what we might call performative architecture. I mean, what a built environment does rather than what it is. And I think especially when it comes to what Minna was talking about, the responsibility of what happens, thinking beforehand what we're doing when we're placing art in these spaces. To try to connect the three presentations here and hopefully have a discussion, I think I just want to lay out a few threads that to pick up on. One would be, and I think this is also a acute question for the Nordic region, to try to just map out distinctions between public, private, and common space, because this is something that's really in transition. Speaking from Sweden, for instance, we really don't even have a concept of common space many times, because for us, public space has been seen as common space. We don't see it as the government owning that space. We see it as us owning that space, and we've treated it like a common space. But with the radical changes that are taking place now, it's no longer the case. And I got the abstracts of what you were going to talk about, and I sent a question to you, which was: Is the screen a mirror or a window? And I think you accepted it because no one answered me by email saying no. So I just prepared a little thing, kind of where that's coming from. Of course, there's the obvious art historical references to it, but also the reason why I asked the question was that I was thinking about a text written by Foucault, or a lecture held by Foucault in 1969 for a group of architects, which was published in the 80s under the title of Des Espaces Autres, where he introduces the concept of heterotopia, and it kind of links into this kind of utopic and dystopic and the transformation of what's going on now. So heterotopias, just to really briefly sketch out the concepts, are real places or counter sites, which he describes as a kind of effective enacted utopia. And what I would like to get to is that maybe actually could also be an effective enacted dystopia today, when it becomes normative. That exists in perhaps every culture, simultaneously representing, contesting, and inverting the culture itself. And what he means is that between the utopia and heterotopia, there's a kind of mixed joint experience, and he describes this as a mirror. where he says that the mirror is a utopia insofar as it is a placeless place. And he does a phenomenological depiction of this in terms of perceptivity. And I just quote, because I can't say it better than him. He says, and I quote, "In a mirror, I see myself where I am not, in an unreal virtual space that opens up behind the surface. I am over there where I am not, a sort of shadow that gives my own visibility to myself, that enables me to see myself there, where I'm absent. Such is the utopia of the mirror." So the reflection that I see in the mirror is not physically there, and it's not an image of the reality outside it, so to say. It's an inversion, and it's refracted. And I think, on the other hand, the mirror, just as the screen, is just a sheet of glass with a reflective surface. And this is why it also is for him a heterotopia. So it kind of has this concrete character. It exists in reality and exerts a kind of counteraction on the position occupied by the beholder. And I quote Foucault again. "From the standpoint of the mirror, I discover my absence from the place where I am, since I see myself over there. Starting from this gaze that is, as it were, directed toward me, from the ground of this virtual space that is on the other side of the glass, or the screen, I come back toward myself. I begin again to direct my eyes towards myself and reconstitute myself there, where I am. The mirror functions as a heterotopia in this respect. It makes this place that I occupy at the moment, when I look at myself in the glass, at once absolutely real, connected with all the space that surrounds it. We could, I think, translate this to the networked world as well. And absolutely unreal, since in order to be perceived as, it has to go through a virtual point, which is over there. So there's this constant kind of dialogue going on. Now, in this description of mirroring as heterotopia, I think the interesting thing is also that temporality or the duration of it, the kind of heterochromia, to kind of paraphrase what Jakob was talking about, or maybe you could say it's a question of focus, you know, like you're zooming in and out, and optics. So in a way, you could say that the mirror or the screen is so to speak, most real when it is virtual, right? But the reality that it's presenting is not a virtual reality. It's a kind of mirror reality. Now the reason why I lift this up is this traditionally this concept has been understood as a kind of subversive concept. You know, it's connected to the possibilities of emancipating these in-between spaces in the public realm, for instance, and creating something new or something different or something like that. However, I was teaching this spring at the Royal Academy in Stockholm, and we were going through the text, and suddenly in the discussion we started talking about, okay, what does this mean? Can we make concrete examples of this? And we started talking about the lobby of the Moderna Museet in Stockholm, that would be, you know, and non-spaces and in-between spaces, and suddenly it just struck me there and then that is these are the spaces which are being capitalized the fastest. I mean, these, you know, that's where you're going to get the cafe. There's no place to sit down, for instance, in these in-between spaces today without having to pay to sit down, for instance. The strategies that have been sort of developed, say the situationist strategies, it's just it's very much of a marketing strategy as well today. So I just thought it could be interesting just to lift up this idea of maybe the heterotopia or the ideology behind something like this as something that is normative today. That's kind of excelling. So just to point out a just completely different trajectory of this. And then I'm just going to leave it at that as an introduction, and would like to invite you. I think the idea is that if all of you just come up, and then you kind of we can maybe respond to the questions that you got by email just individually, and then we can have a short discussion, and then we'll just let everyone in on the discussion with Q&A. Does that sound like a good plan? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Could you repeat those questions again, so the audience
I could reduce the
what we are?
No, I could reduce the questions. I think. I mean, on the one hand, it's the question of if the screen is a mirror or a window. I think that's more of an abstract guidance than a direct question. And perhaps the core of the question is if you could just give a short reflection on distinctions between public, private, and common space. And how it relates to what you have been talking about here today as well.
Big issue.
You start. You start.
I don't know. Maybe to begin with the kind of more, I guess easy question of mirror or window. I guess I would say it's really neither. I think we need to develop a vocabulary that understands these screens as something else. The example I gave, I guess you could say it's a mirror of people's ideas about the city, but it's also a window to the future. But then again, that's also a little bit too, I think, art historically simplifying it. I think my ideas are. Right now is more circulating around this psychedelically inspired idea of doors of perception, but not in the way that I imagine that people should drop acid and reimagine the city through that, but more in the sense that these screens could be the means for a redistribution of the sensible of what is how we think, how we act and perceive in the city. So I guess I can't come up with a name of an existing media that could kind of frame that. But it's definitely an interest for my part in media that kind of influences our way of perceiving the city and perceiving ourselves acting as subjects in the city.
Yeah, likewise, I don't have a metaphor for to replace mirror or window, but I really liked the way you brought in internet, because that's something. It's not really answering the question, but it's been on my mind all the day. That for me as well, internet is a public space, and why are we not discussing that? Why this was the last presentation was the first that brought it up. Why are museums not? I mean, why do artists want to break out from museums to the streets, but not to the net? And why don't the museums take on net art or what's happened? But that's maybe a different question. But
I think
just wanted to bring it in.
It's intertwined with the question of what is public and what is private, and sort of. Who's defining that space? I mean, the internet space also has the same kind of complications, I think. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I would agree.
Yep.
No, I think the Radio Copenhagen project and their difficulties of developing an app version of the project due to restrictions by Google is a kind of clear example of how the public space of the internet is being privatized. Another example could be YouTube, which and I think in the sense that there are all these videos now being put up on YouTube, but they're not in museums. So the question is, what happens when YouTube disappears one day? I don't think YouTube is going to be around forever. And what are their obligations? They don't subscribe to a museum law. They just, I guess, leave it or sell it or whatever. And some of these questions for me are also future perspective, I mean, that one should at least consider, although now we're in the early phases, but it's been touched upon several times today that the public space of the internet is not only dealing with stable artworks, it's also unstable in itself, and that's quite problematic, or it poses a lot of problematic questions.
And I think it also, in a way, answers why a lot of museums aren't working with it. I mean, it's virtually impossible to look at a 10-year-old net art piece.
Sure, yeah, but let's not go into that. Yeah, we actually, on one of my last slides I didn't show, we did a project with Michel Terran, and you know, it's an interesting way, and why we wanted to do it. It didn't really easily translate to screens, like public screens, but it was really because she's working. Some of you know her work. She's working with YouTube now for ages, YouTube mapping. And she has this wonderful software that is called Stadtarchiv, and with which she can data mine and find the locations, find the people actually who are publishing videos. So I think that it was, in a way, it's a companion project to what you showed, because she's looking at ways how people make sense of their surroundings and how they post it. And then she gets back to them and reperforms it in different ways. But it's not an answer to where's the commons. And even I made only a question like, do we perhaps aspire to a commons? Because I think it's a question of aspiring.
Do you have any proposals?
I think it's difficult to answer. I think it's also about if you do a site-specific piece, or if you just, I mean, if you're using a screen or you're using a projection on a building, and I mean, I don't. For example, you have a dialogue in your public space, right? The artists, you invite them to have a dialogue if you do a site-specific piece. But if you, in this sense of public art screens, we couldn't make it site-specific, so then it was maybe more of a window than yeah, I don't know if I answered your questions.
It's not a lesson. It's just it was just an opening remark. What I think, I asked the question, right? No, I think, I mean, the term was very popular in terms of talking about the internet, say 15 years ago or something like that. Just trying to understand what was going on, and I was just kind of curious to hear what kind of an answer you would get if you lifted it again. But yeah, I don't know if it's a functional metaphor either.
You mean the common?
No, the mirror. But when it comes to the common, I think it's a question that would be relevant to really try to understand better, and how to do it. I'm not sure. Maybe we have to understand law better. But there's definitely a transformation taking place in the Nordic countries now, where we're starting to understand that public space is not the same thing as a common space. It just means that someone else owns that space, and that person who owns it, or the public it's not public as in we own it. It's public as in it's government controlled, and it can be sold, and it can be utilized for other functions. And you can see it in central Stockholm, where sort of Sergels Torg, which is like the main square for public actions or public protests or spontaneous actions, and suddenly for say 1 month or 1.5 months before Christmas, the place is totally occupied by some kind of Christmas sales and tents and the big and I'm just wondering what that means, and I think people will find other means and other spaces, but
that's kind of where the reflection is coming from, and the question's coming from, maybe. And I'm wondering also if there's a process of if we sometimes are counterproductive when we're doing art interventions in certain spaces, like we would say disregarded spaces, but by us pointing them out, are we kind of accelerating that process? For instance, these kind of questions. Is what I'm asking.
I think another question that you also raised, which I think has also concerned me with this whole with the Nordic outbreak, is this question of when digital art in public space is no longer an exception.
Exactly.
Because there's already moving images in public space. What kind of questions does that pose to a notion of being critical? And do we want to be critical? And on what level are we to explore and find a critical art form in public space? I don't have a set answer, but I think this is really a fundamental question, because the society of the spectacle is all over, and I think that there is some kind of resistance possible, but not, I mean, resistance in the sense of returning to some kind of Nordic soil where we will eat plants from 2,000 years ago. It's not that kind of romantic relation, but I'm just wondering what kind of art forms can. I mean, I think we have a lot of examples here, but I think also on a more general level, this question of the critical possibility within the society of the spectacle in the digital age is also something that was on your mind, I think. So I guess the question was a little bit also to you, some of the thoughts that went into your project.
Yeah, well, we just simply try to somehow push the limit and, bring some other types of knowledges on screens. Local knowledges, activist knowledges, that's how we work. And that's one way to work. But it is difficult. And then the audience question on the other hand, their viewing habits, etc. Maybe Erkki has something on that as well. And thinking about the urban glance and the architecture of viewing in the urban space, and how to get through it.
Yeah, if we think about this sort of like the whole idea about intervention in the public space, I think of course it's a very complex question. I actually was surprised, kind of like that until now. So this idea about hacking into the public screens hasn't been raised at all, because I mean that these days internet contains. So I come from a city which is sort of like many people say, infected by these new types of digital dynamic billboards, and Los Angeles. So, and ever since that happened on a massive scale, there's been a huge public outrage and effort actually to sort of like basically force the city to make Clear Channel and those companies actually to wipe all that stuff out, because it is seen as a kind of a intervention into sort of like really to sort of like people's right to a certain amount of privacy in this kind of a great city. So it's probably the thing that has most united this sort of like public opinion in that very highly diverse city of Los Angeles than anything that I can hear about. And there are a few cases of, and obviously here we are talking about this sort of like a continuous flow on those screen on a sort of like all through the nights and things, and in a way that, but by means of light, affects a lot of people. So like penetrates through the window curtains and things like that. So it's basically so like if there's a sort of like a minimum of privacy in a public space for people, so that is wiped away by those Clear Channel billboards. the only two ways in which this sort of like this new environment seems to be sort of like somehow disrupted time to time is on the one first is that these digital billboards are not faultless technically, so we get some interesting artifacts when they crash by themselves, and people are actually documenting crashed billboards and posting those pictures online. I'm always shooting crashed billboards as a kind of an accidental art form, as a kind of aleatoric art, when you see the pictures frozen in a crazy way and some pixels invading a part of the screen, and it's one of the most wonderful forms of public art that I've seen recently. And the other one is those relatively few cases of successful hacking into those things. So the most, probably one of the successful ones was by this hacker named Skullphone, who managed to hack the Clear Channel system in such a way that he actually inserted his logo, which is this skull making a phone call with a mobile phone, inside those sequences. So there's like a commercial ad, and then it's a skull phone ad, and commercial ad, and skull phone ad, over and over again. And that was a relatively successful way because it disrupted the flow on a continuous basis as long as it lasted, which was, I don't think it was very long before Clear Channel found it out. But then that was basically too late because it went kind of viral on the internet. So I think that this is a really interesting issue, because I sometimes start feeling that this, like Minna spoke much about these so like festivals, which happens. I think this whole idea is that I sometimes become a little bit desperate whether there's any other way of really making an impact rather than those crashed systems, or sort of like by hacking those systems. I'm adding one example, by the way, from the history of media arts, which very few people may know, but which I found particularly interesting, and this takes us back to John Cage. You know that, of course, everybody knows John Cage's most famous sound composition, which is the 4 minutes and 33 seconds of silence, 1952. But what most people don't know where that piece came from. In about 1945 or so, John Cage came up with an earlier idea, which was called silent prayer, and he actually saw it as a piece of muzak that he would sell for the most important Muzak corporation, that the company that started this whole background elevator music for shopping malls. And Cage's idea is that he will actually sell that piece for that Muzak corporation, which would be about 4.5 minutes of silence. Of course, that didn't work out because they saw that kind of complete threat to the realm of Muzak in a public space, because Muzak is based on the idea that it is a continuous environment of sound that in a way turns inaudible in that sense, and and making it actually inaudible for 4 minutes 50 seconds by means of a silent composition by John Cage would have obviously destroyed the whole idea about the Muzak. So I think that Cage's idea was very radical, even though I think he made the proposal understanding that it would have almost zero potential to be accepted. So then again, the only option is that the Muzak system in a shopping mall in Los Angeles breaks down, and all of a sudden the whole system is revealed completely for a few seconds. So these are just the kind of things that I'm thinking about a lot when I have to spend my daily life in that city.
Can I follow up on that thread that you brought up about the evil empire of Clear Channel, which is which is known as the corporate media in the United States, which is dominated by about 6 global media companies that pump out the party line of BS. But getting back to the free internet, I think we ought to recognize here that Julian Assange is really the elephant in the room that represents freedom of information on the internet. And I would like to know from Sweden whether the Sweden ambassador is a U.S. lapdog ready to extradite Julian to the United States so he can suffer the same torture as Mr. Manning. So I open that up to you for discussion and thought.
I think in just a quick response to that would be that we're Lutheran. We're Lutheran, so very deeply Lutheran. So moralism goes beyond any ideology. So
there are no morals.
No. I mean the potential idea that he could have had some kind of overstepped a moral taboo, or kind of is more important in Swedish society than. Let's not have this discussion right now. We can have it afterwards. I'm happy to have it with you afterwards. Yeah, I think so too. But I think it's yeah.
And we are just questioning how can we perpetuate it. Yeah. We are not questioning how can we live out of it. And what this gentleman is looking at is a way out of the society of spectacle. He's bringing up the political spectacle within the daily life, and how do we, the audience, interact with it. And what you guys are talking about is a very nice clinical called observation of the internet. Well, we know that. Give us something new.
Yeah, but you have to look at who they're being paid by. You know, it's like they say, follow the money to Wall Street, and then guess what? You get an answer.
Nordic Council.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know. I mean, we actually should present our sponsors here. I mean, but I think there is. I think the case of Assange is really important, of course, to discuss. I think, however, it shouldn't monopolize our discussion of the internet, and to talk about these projects as just nice, polished views. I think that also kind of directs attention away from some of the possibilities that can also be explored. I think Assange's political activist is really an important statement, and of course now. Yeah, but now it's turning into some kind of course, also a personal tragedy, and that involves a large spectacle of people, and that definitely needs to be criticized. I'm totally aware of that. But I think these things need to be brought into dialogue with each other, and not say that we can now only talk about Assange.
Any other questions from the audience? Comments? Dialogue?
That they happen for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and then we move on, and we disappear. So probably the idea of the projecting screen can be something so ephemeral
I think it's a good example because I think it also talks about how it's kind of how should we put it, in the physical city is very kind of defined by, as you were saying, the screen, where the interaction between bodies takes place via this whatever it is, mirror or whatever. But in these actions that you're talking about, it's actually using that interface to recapitulate the physical city. So yeah.
So this has the detachment, but at the same time it has that communal action. But I believe it has to be very short and more anonymous and shorter.
I had that experience as well when we did the festival for the first time. And usually if you talk that, yes, media facades and urban screens, whatever, usually people think that it's something massive and spectacular in the literal way. But actually the artists that we worked with, they preferred, and I showed some of them, they actually worked on a very intimate scale. And that was a perception that, you know, maybe there's, that supports your comment that I think it's important, and maybe the interruptions, you know, of course a total blockout is possible for a time, but also smaller, like minor pockets of different rhythm or different type of ordering of that space.
Yeah, I agree in that. I have the same. I'm working with the same issue and with my festival as well, and of giving the artists this freedom. And actually, I don't want to even know so much what they're going to do. Like to leave this kind of activism and intervention part to it. Now, I just want to mention one thing that happened in Stavanger, a graffiti festival, a street art festival that was called New Art. It's going on for 10 years now, and in the beginning it started as just an invitation to street artists coming in. We just show them around, and they did whatever they wanted to do, not asking for permission, of course. So we closed our eyes, and they did a night and did whatever they wanted to do. But now, 10 years after, the festival is very well funded. It has become a spectacle, you know, for something that the city or the city council of Stavanger is very proud of, and is putting it on the international map because it's very well-known names. So, and suddenly the punkness is gone, and suddenly you know, dear mom, I'm now painting the walls legally, you know. So I think there's something there to just be careful of making it too big and too. I think it's important. Yeah, definitely.
What do you mean?
He's asking.
People to investigate more how to deal with the public art that are using media. And,
we just started, so.
Yeah. What you mean from the audience perspective?
We don't have, and it's not a research really. We probably will do some kind of surveys in the future, but so far it's been more like, you know, the work that we have been doing with the artists, selecting the projects and also developing the projects, so that I also think so.
It's good to enriching oneself to hear from someone who is
it's been a
apart those new videos and
yeah. It's been a kind of co-production with the artists, and it's a process really that takes some time.
Because I think the technology is always playing a big role. What is possible? Can do something from labs.
Yeah, but that's not the main point that we have been doing. Yeah. It's more like the technical and the social setting that has to be designed, and produced.
Do you mean I recognize these kind of three strategies that have been kind of on the table, like the interruption, or just turning it off, Hitterstale kind of strategy, or on the third hand, then it's kind of a new sensibility or slowness. Is this something that you could recognize in working with the artists in this project?
Well, I mentioned the intimacy, kind of, if that's a label. Difficult to put in one package. But they are smaller gestures. They are not spectacles, and I'm so glad, because I'm not at all interested in the mapping and the huge things. It's not really. Well, I think that's it's part of the city marketing, really regime, and not.
Yeah.
It's, you know, I don't want to define art, and I think these projects have a lot of design in them, but you know, for me, those are usually not.
Yeah,
so
because they've been also misused. I think also like for openings of big events, and I think, but the interesting, if it's used in an interesting way to experiment with architecture.
Sure.
Yeah, so it depends. It can be very
and
flashy,
there's a lot
and
of
it can be also
responsive
very
facades, but I tend to ask, like, what does it do besides
yeah.
blinking? That's my question always as a curator.
Yeah.
One final comment from the floor, or unless Jakob, did you have something to say as well?
No, I just wanted to leave it at that. I think that's a great question to end with, but if there are more questions, I think we should take it.
Okay, so we just, Birta, you had something?
Yeah, well, that's a very kind of European and maybe British term. I don't know if you use it in the States. Audience development, is that a thing that you do? Yeah, but it has different roots. It's part of, also you can see it as a part of this kind of participatory hell, or the kind of the participatory approach that you work with different audiences, especially maybe with very special groups, ethnic groups, disabled, etc. That's one part of audience work or audience development. But the other part is, you know, very often it's just more like marketing. It's how you reach out to the audience. But in this space, I think it's interesting to rephrase those questions about the audience and really speaking about the interface that has to be created for each piece. You know, it's, you know, the audience is there as well.
Yeah, that's one thing I was really interested in too when she posed a question about what they call heterotopia and dystopia, is how were you kind of like actualizing the virtual, kind of like the possibilities of this new technology and media, and how you were bringing in new audiences. So from my American point of view, which is, I'm not trying to really keep that, but it's just, when I look at the Nordic region, it seems kind of homogeneous, like the way we learn about it there, statistically, ethnically, racially, and that's one thing that really interested me about the pieces that you showed, concerns to engaging the audience and giving them ethnicity and ways and things like that. So I was really interested in what artists, particularly in the Nordic region, are doing, especially in, not like crowdsourcing, that's like really a taboo way of saying it, but in engaging other audiences that bring new ideas and doesn't stay as homogeneous, as you can actually actualize instead of within the virtual, instead of what the goal is to have really, it's not really a narrow actor, but something new ways of visualizing, new ways of accessibility or agency, because artists outside of those homogeneous populations, people don't have access to their skills today. So, yeah, that's one thing I was really interested about and the sense of the Nordic type of discursive music, from American art, film, whatever, they're all kind of special way. Maybe that kind of
Yes.
Thank you for that. Yeah, no, thank you for I wish we had another 20 minutes, but it seems like we're kind of out of time. Is that right? Yeah. I'm really sorry.
I
because I think that's now we're cooking. Like, but maybe you have just like a short.
I hope they show. I don't know what they're gonna show, but if they show the project that was on in Helsinki, it could answer your mirror or window thing. I hope they're showing it.
I don't know if I'm allowed to once again tell a story, because I have also like many here long experience of working with those kind of public artworks, and so I would just share two very brief stories of two very successful pieces that I have encountered in my life. One was done in Japan by the famous artist Toshio Iwai, which is called Sound Lens. So he designed this kind of very simple technological devices which had a certain kind of a light cell inside that you were supposed to carry with you. It's wireless. You point it at different kinds of objects in the city, any kind of objects with reflects or emits light, different types of lights, and that it's an analog device, and it turns the city into a soundscape that you are listening to with headphones. And it was used for this kind of performances where people would be moving through city, different parts of Tokyo, and doing crazy things like going down and trying to measure with this device anything, from parking meters, the cars, to people's faces, and everything turns into a constantly changing soundscape that each one of these people hears. I think it was a really interesting way of taking this kind of situationist legacy of the derive and turning it into an interesting, because it was about the shifting between these different sensory things. The other and final, one of the most successful pieces of audience controlled order to the collapsing against like entropy, to chaos, and back again. It was superbly successful piece, and it didn't take anything more than a just normal 16mm film projector and a lot of tiny little pocket mirrors from the local junk store, something like that. And it worked better than most of these super high-tech pieces I have seen in public spaces. So something to think about. It doesn't necessarily need money if one has ideas.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, that has to be the final word, I think.
One of Jakob's comments from this panel about the critical possibility in the society of the spectacle, and what are the critical art forms in public space. I'm really happy to present Jakob Finger from Superflex. Superflex is also in the Nordic Outbreak program with their piece Rebranding Denmark. And Jakob, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, here at the Nordic Outbreak, we're showing an old piece from 2006. It's an animation of a burning Danish flag. It was done in a slightly different context, which was a context of the so-called cartoon crisis in Denmark in 2006, when we start to see the Danish flag being burned around the world, alongside with the American and the Israelis. And we kind of thought, instead of at that time there was a big effort from the Danish side to make a slightly more beautiful image of Denmark. So they did this kind of logo of a Danish flag as a heart, and we thought we would make an alternative logo, which is in the burning flag that you can see on 6th Avenue. And also then I want to say that nothing is forever. So I will end up showing a film here that we did currently. It's showing in the UK at the moment, and I think it's a perfect way of ending this small seminar.
Can you tell us why? We have no idea why the American, Israeli, and the Danish flag were being burned. Just tell us.
Well, as I said, there was a crisis over a cartoon in Denmark that spread to the rest of the world. It was a drawing of Muhammad, the prophet, in a Danish newspaper, and then created an outcry in Denmark.
Cartoon.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. And I think Sweden will be the lapdog, by the way. But
yeah, I know that.
Don't worry.
We know that. We're on the record.
Yeah. So nothing is forever. Here's a film that we did. Yeah, you'll see it.
Listen to my voice. My voice will take you on a journey. My voice will make sounds around you disappear. You relax, and you go deeper and deeper, and you become heavier and heavier. As you relax, you notice that all movements around you seem to stop. Slow down. You feel good. Feel how you relax. Every muscle in your face relax. The feeling spreads down to your neck, to your shoulders, down through your arms to your legs. You go deeper and deeper. Heavier and heavier you feel. It's a nice warm feeling sinking inside you. Deeper, floating and drifting away. I want you to focus. Focus on the point just between my eyes. This is where your journey begins. Please imagine a large building. You decide which building. Move closer to the building. Look through the windows. See hundreds of people rapidly moving from room to room. They are busy, running fast, delivering messages, moving things from one place to another, producing in perfect coordination. See them moving like the limbs of one pulsating body. They are working in there. Now imagine how it is to be one of those really busy workers, doing their best, creating value together. You and all the others. Feel how it would be to be part of this working community, of this working life. On the count of 3, my voice will take you through the doors of the large building. 1, 2, 3. Now you're working in the building. You move from one task to the next. You look at your colleagues, they look at you. Working with your colleagues makes you feel good. You know exactly what you're supposed to do. Now imagine a clock on the wall. Listen to the clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Notice every single tick and tock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Feel the ticking as it takes you deeper and deeper and deeper into your working life. Now see your hands moving faster and faster and faster to the drum beats of the clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. You try to keep up, but you realize that the pace is just too fast, much too fast. This situation worries you. You're not afraid, but worried. Your colleagues are smiling, but you cannot recognize their faces anymore. Something isn't right. Isn't right at all. The order of your tasks blurs before you. You try to remember how things were supposed to be, but you can't remember how. You try to remember what difference you make, or should make, but you can't remember that either. You don't remember anything at all. Your working life is falling to pieces. It is a disaster for you, a disaster. You search through the corridors of the large building, looking for some sense of the work you should be doing. You're running as if something was closing in on you from behind. You're panicking. You don't know why, but you are panicking. In a second, I will tell you to stop. Please stop. Reach out for the handle appearing on your right. Now go through the doorway and lock the door behind you. Remember to lock the door. On the count of 3, you will go deep inside the room, opening before you. 1, 2, 3. The room is silent. You breathe slower and slower. The silence of the room takes you deep down into a feeling of peace and comfort. You're in the bathroom now. No one will look for you here, and it's the only place for you to go. You're safe here. You're not available. Now go deeper and deeper into that safe feeling, and look at the person in the mirror. See the shame in that person, just sitting there, lazy, useless, unproductive. Feel how the shame is unbearable for you. Feel that shame. Now listen to my voice as I tell you that there is nothing to be ashamed of. That millions of people look at this reflection each and every day. So, you just sit there in peace and relax. Feel relaxed. Now, look into the mirror once more and see the shame leaving you and flushing through the corridors of the large building, through the rooms of your working life, leaving floor after floor absolutely empty. Now see building after building with empty rooms lie before you. The computer screens are flickering. The buses are not running anymore. The supermarkets are not selling anymore because the workers are not working anymore. Working life has stopped. Now feel the relief of knowing that all the workers are hiding in the bathroom with you. You feel free. You're not working anymore. You're not the least ashamed. In a moment, you will feel the change. When I snap my fingers, you will open the door and enter the world outside, feeling relaxed and happy to embrace this new sense of liberation.
Thank you, Superflex. There was a little bit to think about, and I think that was a really nice way of wrapping up after all this discussion, which we can, of course, continue since there is a dinner party tonight. The tickets are sold out. I have to say it. I'm sorry, but we are having an event in the new museum in the Sky Room. We will continue. And now we feel relaxed, and we can go there. Thank you to all the speakers who came here today. You flew a long way, and I think it was a really amazing setup and a lot of really insightful presentations, and a lot of things that I hadn't even think about you would come up with. It's been really exciting. So today is the last day of the launch week of Nordic Outbreak. We have been going on for a week now with various exhibitions and events. For those of you who have been able to participate, I hope you have enjoyed it. It's been really exciting. See you at 7 o'clock at the new museum. Thank you.
Yes.